What's good, everybody? Hello and welcome to the Jank Drawer. Oh, geez, I just jump scared myself. As always, I have the phone over here to show me. You can see it now since I've moved the camera to a new position. So let me move the phone there. I have the phone pulled up just because usually I have the stream up on there, so I have a live feed of what you guys are seeing when I'm streaming because I think that's a good thing to have. Uh, but I also use my phone for other things, since it's like my phone, and I use that. And so usually I try to keep the volume off while I'm streaming so that I don't hear myself as I'm streaming. Not a new camera. I moved the camera. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Um, we're trying this out for a while. The camera used to be on top of my main monitor that I have like the games on that we play and that I use when we're like doing things, so that while I'm looking at the screen that I look at for uh like the main content of whatever we're doing, whether it's working on something, which we're going to do a little bit of work today since I have a D&D game that I have to play tonight that I haven't finished doing a whole bunch of prep work for. So we're going to start the stream doing actually a little bit of D&D prep work um, for that, kind of like what we did last week. And then we're going to get into the Darkest Dungeon and we're going to do all that. Probably. The thing is we just moved it from that monitor to the central monitor, which is where I keep chat, so that I can, because this is the screen that I look at when I'm talking to all of you. And so now if instead of looking at this screen and then looking away to look at chat, now I look away to work on the thing that I'm working on, and then I can turn this way to check chat and be having the conversation with you all. And it's also for like these talking head segments and things like this. Admittedly, the main reason I did this was for the YouTube recording, for the YouTube video that went out this week, because I, as you may or may not be aware, had a YouTube video come out. I have a YouTube video come out usually every Wednesday. I'm working on trying to get more YouTube videos to come out as we, go through this. That being said, our YouTube recording for this week, instead of doing all of my like talking head shots and everything, all that, looking over this way and doing all that, I had the script pulled up over here and all my recording software here. And so I was like, what if I just, straight down the barrel, make direct eye contact? And so I moved the camera. If we don't like it, we can move it back. It's not difficult to move. Is the great thing. But it was just let's try this out for a couple days, see how we like it, see what we like. It shows the pin cushion. Okay. Distortion of image. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. No, that is the thing. Like, we are using a webcam, and the webcams are going to have some amount of distortion. I could try to fix that, but by like cropping in OBS to just the part of the webcam that we want and like zooming in on that. But so far, it really only matters when we're in this one. Yeah, just the wall doesn't show as much. It's also weird since I'm in a corner, and so like the wall isn't flat behind me. The wall is two walls approaching, and that distorts a lot as well. Now we've rotated to the point where you can feel the reflections in my Les Mis. You can see my light. You can see the screen. Yeah, no, probably. But yeah, no, it's a new look. It's a look that we're trying for a minute here to see how we like it, see how we feel about it. If we don't like it, we can always move back, and that's not difficult to do, and we can do that pretty easily. But yeah, I feel like this is an easier way to have it so that when I'm reading chat and we're having our face-to-face moments like this, I'm actually talking to you instead of when I'm like trying to interact with chat, but I'm also looking at the game and I have to look away from you to see what you're saying. Although, I mean, maybe this is just me getting up all in my head about it, and none of this actually matters, because that's also an acceptable answer. Is that realistically, none of this probably matters at all. Um, yeah, it does hide most of the Mu Yangling behind us, which is a little annoying. It's our major award. It's our great trophy. But now I'm making more direct eye contact with the chat, and I think that that's overall a better use of everyone's time. Fragile, exactly. It must be Italian. Although we know for a definite fact that Mu Yangling is Chinese. Uh, little bit of lore for the lore heads. Once again, not on storytelling or D&D, which is what we're going to talk about here in a minute, but on Magic the Gathering, is there are exactly two planeswalkers that are confirmed from like actual Earth, and they are Mu Yangling. Exactly. Are Mu Yangling and then Zheng Yanggu, and it is because both of them originally debuted in a product that was specifically made only for the Chinese market. And that was like set in China, and it was also, which isn't the first time they've done something like that. Since they did one of the first sets that they ever did was Arabian Nights, which is just an entire set of Magic the Gathering cards inspired by the 1001 Tales of the Arabian Nights. And that was very clearly like set on Earth but in Arabia, and then they've now retconned that, be like, no, it's in the plane of Rabia, it's nothing to do with real places. And then after that they still hadn't learned their lesson, and they did a whole series of sets that they released over a course of several years called Portal 3 Kingdoms, and I think there was a third one that was like also built off of Portal, that were like supposed to be intro sets to teach new players how to play the game. And so they were generally like really simplified rules. They had a different art style and art brief. They had a whole bunch of things that were like unique only to Portal, including like unique mechanics like horsemanship, which is just flying, but instead of the person being with wings and able to fly, it was just music was playing earlier. I navigated off of the music tab, and it decided that it didn't know how to play music anymore, which is always annoying when it does that. But all of the Portal sets were also just set in like Three Kingdoms era China. It's just what they were, and they like had actual real people from Chinese history as named Magic cards. But this predated Planeswalkers, and so that's why the Zheng Yanggu and the Mu Yangling are just supposedly from China. The card that we have is Mu Yangling, but she's at the Aether Drift, which is a multiversal race that they did with like Formula One cars to crown a victor who got to get the Aether Spark, which was an artifact that let you planeswalk. Yeah, but so that's our Mu Yangling. You probably did. The thing is, there's not a ton of them, and it's literally identical to flying. I don't know that Mardu Heartpiercer has horsemanship, because horsemanship hasn't been reprinted outside of the Portal sets, as far as I know. Apparently they reprinted it recently on something called Herald of Hoofbeats in March of Machine Commander. They reprinted it on the girl in the fireplace from the Doctor Who Commanders. And that's it. But yeah, horsemanship is almost entirely from Portal 3 Kingdoms. It's literally just flying, except for because it all of these creatures are men on horses. They call it horsemanship instead of flying. And also, you can't block a creature with horsemanship with a flyer. Horsemanship can only be affected, like, you can only block a person with horsemanship with another creature with horsemanship. Much like you only block flyers with other flyers, although then they introduced reach, which allowed you to block flyers with things that don't have flying but do have reach. Horsemanship is just essentially unblockable because the odds that your opponent has another horsemanship card is 0. Flying, but incredibly better. The thing is like, it would be super meta if anyone actually owned any of these cards. Mardu Heartpiercer had Raid, but it is also still just a man on a horse. Or it could be a woman, who knows? But it's a person on a horse. 4 mana, 2/3 with Raid. When it enters, if you attacked, it deals 2 damage to any target. Honestly, for an uncommon from Khans of Tarkir, not bad. Yeah, Raid they keep bringing back all of the time. Raid's pretty good, but it's just generally, if you've attacked this turn, you get, here's this paragraph of text. This card only has this paragraph of text if you have attacked this turn. And if you haven't attacked this turn, it doesn't do anything. And horsemanship is not quite that. But yeah, so it's really fun. It's things like that. Well, we've gotten the music back. We've got things going. People are slowly starting to settle in, which is nice. Let's see if the music goes away when I try to navigate, since I still have this other thing that I want to grab to work with, since I may have been a little misleading the title, and honestly, we could probably change the title to reflect that. We are going to play Darkest Dungeon today, but I have a whole bunch of stuff that I needed to get done for my D&D game tonight that I did not do, because instead, I have either been working on videos or working on stuff for my job that starts next week. One of the big parts of that is I'm trying to slowly but surely fix my, like, not fix because it's not broken, it's actually doing pretty well, but readjust my sleep schedule so that I can wake up earlier, because I have to be boots on the ground at my job on Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. Which means I need to leave my house like an hour before that to get there in time, which means I need to wake up at like 6 a.m. And right now, like, I'm not waking up super late. I'm usually waking up somewhere between like 8 and 9 every morning. Yeah, so I've been trying to go to bed at like 10 and try to work my way through that, or at least start winding down at 10, which has meant that the time that I usually had set aside in my life to work on things like this for my D&D game, which is usually after stream, since I usually get done with stream at 6, and then it really is. I've been doing pretty well at it, of just like 10 o'clock rolls around, and I usually will put down whatever I'm working on here. I will take a melatonin and go brush my teeth, and then turn off all of the lights in the basement and lay down. And then I'm still not necessarily falling asleep until like 11:30 midnight, but I am getting better at like getting the wind down going. But it does mean that I have a whole bunch of work that I need to do, which honestly isn't bad. It just is one of those where it's just like, trying to work on getting things put together. Hey, Icarus is a very good game. I cannot fault you on that one. I have never played Icarus. I have had my brother played it for a while, and I watched him play it, and I watched some other people play it. The game is dope. Um, no, I'm just trying to get something set up, and luckily the OBS has figured itself out and hasn't decided to just crap the bed on the music while I'm looking for these things. So I go through that cycle with just games in general in my life. That's why we stream the way we do. It's because like we very much could go the route of like most other major streamers where it's like, hey, we're just gonna stream this one game until we beat it, and then we'll move on to the next game. And like I can do that, but it is very much of like I go very much through waves of like this is the only game I want to play or talk about, and then I will do that and I'll do that and I'll do that, and then about 3 months into it, or however long it is, I will then lose all interest and never want to touch it again. And doing it the way that we've been doing it, streaming like a different game every day, and doing stuff like that has done a lot of work to getting me to actually buy into the like, hey, we're gonna play this for a while, we're gonna figure it out, and then once we're done playing it, everything will work out, which is nice. I don't think what I'm looking for is in this book, but so what I need to work on today, chat, to get into the learn how to be a DM / storytelling side of all of this, is that I have a couple of things that we've been building to. Like I've been telling you, this is for the same campaign that we were talking about last week, where we were learning how to make magic items, which I have to make still the other 2 magic items from that, but we're just going to knock those out real quick. And then I have one more item to make, and then they're in a big fight. And they have essentially 2 to 3 more sessions left. We'll probably have 2 more of these midweek sessions, and we've already talked that like our last session is going to be like an all-out blowout. We're going to meet up on a weekend. We're going to play all day kind of thing, to just try and finish out the campaign with style, and get all of the things done. We're tying up all of the loose ends, and as part of that, one of the things that we need to do right now is tie up the loose end for one of my characters. Since I am a very firm believer in character-based storytelling and using your players' character choices to determine the overarching narrative of whatever you're trying to tell. And because of that, one of the stories that we have going on right now that has largely resolved is we had our bard in the party, who her whole thing, admittedly, this is also a player who this is her first D&D campaign ever, and she'd never even touched the idea before. And I don't know that she knew what she was signing up for when I invited her to play with us, but she and I have been friends for over a decade, and I was just like, hey, trust me, you're going to love this. You don't know you're going to love this, but you're going to love this. And then what she pitched me as what she wanted her player's story to be is she wanted to be a bard that was an elf, that we're playing in the world of Eberron, and the main thing about Eberron campaigns is that no matter what you're doing right now, everyone has to grapple with the fact that at usually time of the beginning of your campaign, you are at most like a year and a half removed from the end of a 100-year-long war. And so that war has affected your life in some way. And she made the absolutely bonkers character choice of saying, it didn't affect me in any way. I was, in fact, in the Feywild for the past century. And I just, like, escaped, and I missed the entire war. So I know nothing, and the world I've come back to is completely different than the world I left. In every single possible way, and I'm learning on the fly as we go. And so that's been really fun to experiment with and to explore, and so we got to have a whole wonderful thing of, like, the Feywild in Eberron stories is intrinsically tied to fairy tales. Think Grimm, less like Mother Goose. Although all fairy tales at some pedagogical level have some root in just like these are the stories you tell children to learn their lessons, but also to scare them into compliance. Ooh, I like a magic mushroom box. I love that a lot. I also really much vibe with the periodic. The periodicity of the games that I come back to get to your other comment, Rat King, is the stuff that we're doing here. Of like, my period is generally I play Football Manager until I don't want to play Football Manager anymore. Then I play some other game, whether that's Darkest Dungeon or I've played a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 in my life or things like that. And then playing TFT gets into my rotation. So it's like all of the games that we stream are games that would just be in my rotation anyways. It's now just instead of rotating through them every like 6 months, I rotate through them multiple times a week, which has been nice. But so getting back to her story, she picked that, and the fairy tale that I found for her from the like list of fairy tales that are in there is that in Eberron lore, there's a fairy tale about it's about the like human princess or the non-fairy princess that comes into fairy world. The prince falls in love with her, and then the thief comes and steals her in the night and takes her back to the human world. And the whole premise of that is that it's the story of the Prince of Frost, this man who was so deeply in love with his human paramour, and then when she leaves, it breaks him so fundamentally that he goes from the Prince of Summer to the Prince of Frost. And it's a whole fairy tale that's trying to teach about the way that loss and deep emotions can fundamentally change a person to make them unrecognizable. And so we've had this whole, and the fairy tale ends in that with the Prince of Frost sending his wolves to hunt her across the multiverse. And so we have played now multiple years of this character being hunted by her prince, and her trying to run away from him and being like, hey, I have memories that are very different than your memories of how this all went down. Whose narrative is correct? What narrative is correct? And there's all these fun things that we've been exploring around it that have been a lot of fun. And the end goal was always that she needed to liberate herself from this like never-ending string of recurring story loops of just like, the story needs to find a princess to be told. She has been inserted as that princess in this and multiple incarnations. And there's more layers to it, and we've gotten pretty deep in the woods on it, but that's kind of been her end game. And very recently, she had been confronted by this reality that has usually been kept locked away behind another plane, had been made real in the world around her, and she needed to deal with it. And instead of just overcoming the trauma of it all and like fighting the prince and doing all those things and resolving it through combat or through whatever that is, she instead just stole a different story. And so now she has become a part and like the orchestrator of a different narrative entirely in the way that this Plains Feywild works. But the vestiges of that story that had conjured all around her to hunt her to the ends of the earth were left, but now they don't have that linchpin, so they've been slowly degrading and all that. So what we have to get to today is we're going to make the last of these magical items, but then now we have to make this corrupted version of the Prince of Frost that is coming, that had been coming to hunt her, and now that she is no longer a part of his story, is kind of still hunting, but now it's blindly instead of intensely focused on like, I am obsessed with this one individual and I must get them back. It is, he knows he needs to hunt something, but his relevance for what that is has been lost because she's no longer a part of his story. And he's also been mutated and corrupted by this horrible, awful place that they're in that I was telling you about last week. So I have an idea of all of these things. We just need to now actually make all of the pieces. And so we're going to start with a little bit of the just like the busy work of like, I'll answer questions and we'll talk about stuff here while I just sit here and make the magic items, because we already went over how to make a magic item last week. But I thought that a fun thing that we could go over as just like the learning part of this week is I will walk you through encounter balancing and encounter building of just like, I have my bad mic discipline, leaning away from the mic and still trying to talk. I have my Dungeon Master's Guide with me, and we can go through their recommendations there. I can talk about where I deviate from those recommendations and what I feel about it and all that stuff. Generally, in my games, I am a DM that prefers, of your three, there's a theory in just storytelling and specifically in tabletop RPG game management of you want your 3 tentpoles theory, essentially, of like there are these 3 things that hold up a good session. And you usually want to have a good balance between all three of them. That is social interaction, that is combat, and that is exploration. And I am very much apparently and upfront in the camp of my preferential treatment that I give towards my players and towards my games of those three is social interaction, and it's not close. And I am openly biased about that. It is, I think, my favorite part of the game. Don't get me wrong, all the other parts are good. I have been very vocal in my friend groups, and as we continue to have these conversations on Thursdays, you will learn that I'll be very vocal about it on here too, and when I inevitably start making more videos on the topic, now that I've gotten better at just making videos in general, I think that of the things, the easiest one for me to run is social interaction. The inherent rules that go into the nitty-gritty of combat and exploration, I think, are, if you're just trying to approach it as a rules as written approach to any system, D&D doesn't do a great job of making those approachable. Is the verb is the adjective I'm going to use, I think, there. In that there's a lot of complex systems and convoluted rules and things going around, focused entirely on the combat system and on the exploration system, that are not necessarily intuitive as much as like roleplay is for people that, once you get over the hurdle of learning what roleplay is, it's pretty intuitive of like how to do the social aspects of D&D. It's just a, hey, we're gonna mess around and talk to each other, or we're gonna talk with these NPCs, and we're gonna go to town and we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. And especially if you have a good group of people that are all friends with each other, a lot of that can just become banter between players at the table, of just like me in character talking to you in character, and we're just doing bits the entire time. And honestly, that's a lot of fun, and I really enjoy that. And that, especially if you're really good friends and you can get over the like hurdle of trying to remember that you're two people playing in character, and get past that first hurdle and just realize, oh, we're just here to do bits and do banter. That's a thing we do every day normally, and that most people do with their friends. That's really intuitive, and there's no rules for that other than like when you're trying to get an end result of like, I'm trying to persuade the shopkeep or do things like that. And then it becomes a, cool, you roll a dice, I as the DM or whoever's running your game will adjudicate what that is and how well you succeed or how badly you fail, and then we explore that moment together. Exploration has a much more convoluted rule set of just like, these are the number of miles you can move in a day, this is what your terrain looks like, this is how terrain affects whether you can get food or whether you can see very far, or all of these other aspects that are just like not intuitively viable. And it makes it so that unless what you're trying to focus on is like, we want to do exploration in the game, like our whole campaign is set about, this is our cartographer and we're going to a new place that no one's ever been before, and our whole point is we're trying to map the unknown frontier, which is a cool campaign and that would be dope. I find that in most campaigns, even though this is one of the three tentpoles, that is a harder thing to sell people on. Yeah, role-based movement is really great. You as one of the people I've run a game for, like, you've heard this tirade of mine more than anyone else, because literally we had an entire adventure in the adventure I ran for you and in the group that you're in that was just like, hey, you're in this mountain range, every one of these hexes is 6 miles across, and you just got to figure out how you're getting places. And like, that game specifically, I was not running as I traditionally run games, because the whole point of that game is we wanted to run the entirety as rules as written as possible. And so I had to learn how the exploration rules work, and then I made you all follow them. And like, exploration rules honestly kind of suck. And then combat I think is fun, and like there's a lot of narrative ways to do combat, and I'm going to give you my take on how you do it, but what it largely works into is like, in the games that I write for myself and for my players, we get into a combat maybe once a month, assuming that we're like playing every week. We'll do like 3 sessions where all it is us like gathering information and doing things, and like playing at the table and hanging out with each other, and like things will progress in the story, but like we won't get into a fight almost ever. And then we'll go into like ranges of fights and do things like that, and obviously it'll change of like, I haven't done a whole bunch of like actual dungeon delves in a lot of the campaigns I've done. Some of them have, of like Rat King, the campaign I'm talking about that you have been in, has been almost entirely dungeon dives the entire time. We've had some variation, especially recently, but like the first two arcs that we did was just like Dungeon Dive 1 into Dungeon Dive 2. Which is fun. But combat, I think, can also become very rote, especially in the way of just like, I very much am a person that when I enter a combat, I like the idea of like, hey, how can we make this be the most narratively, like, since it should be treated like fights are in action movies and things like that, is my take on it, at least, of like, this should be high tension, this should be a focal point, this should be something you want to be walking about, it should be integral to the story that we're having this fight. And more often than not, in a lot of the instances I've had and the experience I've had, either running combats or playing in combats as a player or as a DM, especially in D&D 5th edition, or more recently in D&D 5.5, is there is a lot of things, especially in the beautiful age of the internet, where everyone's talking about, like, here's this one spell that breaks everything, or here's my build that does 8 billion damage, the Nuclear Paladin, and things like that. People are so concerned with the, like, let's trivialize combat and solve the optimization problem, that they lose sight of the, like, hey, let's have a really cool narrative moment about this, of like, we need to have conflict for our story to progress, and if you solve the problem by any number of third level control spells that exist for every wizard that has ever played the game of Dungeons and Dragons, where it's just like, hey, I'm gonna walk into this room, I have maxed my stats to the point where I've got a DC 19 int save, and I'm gonna cast Hypnotic Pattern, and then every single person in this room can no longer act for the rest of time, and we're just going to go as a party and stand all around one person at a time and kill them. Yeah, and that's why I don't generally run dungeons. I usually try to run narratives, or if I'm running a dungeon, I want the dungeon to be built into the narrative pretty well. But it is very much of just like, those are kind of my gripes around combat and stuff like that, and so I try to design my combats when I do them to be narratively based. Of like, the combat that we're going to be running here, we're actually coming to the end of our entire campaign, and it's going to be a lot of combats, but it's because combats are, in my mind, something that you should use as that, like, highest form of conflict, and it should be deeply thematic of just, like, these are our climaxes, and we're coming to the end, the grand crescendo, where it's going to be, this is a combat to wrap up this entire character's storyline of, like, we are now being hunted by a character that we've now met multiple times over the past 3 years. We've met him as the Prince of Summer. We've met him as the Prince of Frost. We've met him at his highs. We've met him at his lows. This is a character that the players have interacted with multiple times, in flashbacks, in dreams, in, like, magical sequences. And now they are going to interact with this final form of him, which is just the most depraved, abyssal version of him, of just like, it's a man that already has been transformed so much by his loss and his grief, but now has been corrupted by these evil influences, and also no longer has the target of his obsession, because that has just been removed from him, and it's like you have just taken his very soul and essence and reason for being, and now the only thing that's keeping him animated is this need for, like, the hunt and to reclaim this and this obsession, and then the fell magics of the place that they summoned him to that are animating essentially his corpse as a puppet and are using it to try and just wreak as much havoc as possible. So they get to have that big fight and do that, but it's once again, it's not just like we're having a fight for a fight's sake, it's we're having a fight for a narrative reason of just like, hey, there's a thing we are trying to do, and this is the culmination of a storyline. Soon they're going to have to fight, honestly, probably a couple of different things. It's going to be like multi-faction kind of things, because they're on their way. 2 of our other characters are brothers at this table, and their whole thing is they disagree on the state of their family. Namely, one brother is convinced that only the 2 of them are still alive. The other brother thinks that the 2 of them are alive, but their mom is also alive. And the whole reason that they're in this horrible, horrible, blasted wasteland is because they received some sort of confirmation that, at least in some way, shape, or form, their mother was alive and in here. And this is also, the wasteland is where they are from. It just, they lived here before it was a wasteland. And so they're on a quest to find their mom, And then when they find their mom, they're going to have to do the whole things that are going to try and resolve the end of the campaign, which is like all these things we've been building to, of trying to figure out the reason that there's mist that is corrupting things here. Yeah, exactly. I think the major difference here is that was like they called you out on that really early, and so you didn't get to flesh this. Whereas I'm like 3 years into this, and I'm like, I've been planning this since day one, and now we're finally here. And I may have built it up a little bit too much in my own head, but I think it's going to be really cool. But it does mean that like there's now going to be so many points of conflict within the party themselves, of like, when they meet their mom, will they accept that that's actually their mom? Their mom is allied with one faction in this that is trying to do a thing. Do they align with their mother and her faction, or are they inherently against their faction and what she's trying to do? Either way, there's this third faction that is obliquely evil that they know they have to deal with. Blatantly is maybe the word I'm looking for there. But it's like blatantly evil, and they know they have to deal with that one. It's like, are they going to try and do that on their own, or are they going to team up with their mom? Or if they don't, since their mom's going to try and deal with it either way, are they going to be on her side, or are they going to be against her, or are they going to try and be neutral and be on no one's side? It's going to be fun. We're going to have to figure it all out. But that's coming down the line. For tonight, what I need to do is I need to finish building these items, and then I already know part of what we're doing, because I have a rough estimation using specifically the Dracolich, and then I have an additional budget on top of that, because my players are also at this point 17th level, which is ridiculous. And when you're trying to adjust for high-level player characters in these tabletop RPGs, at a certain point, all of these systems, when you get to a high enough level, just stop functioning. And we are definitely at that point, especially once you see what some of these magic items do that I have built for them. They are just ridiculous. Let me pull this up. And then the other thing is like, the other guy that they're facing is for sure this. That's not the one I wanted. That's the only one I. They're going up against this Fae being that is like one of the princes of the Fae. Okay, so why can I not find this? What is this? Where is this book? I know I own this book. I own this book in like multiple different ways too. That is the. Let me try and. I'm just trying to look up this book, because I have a version of what one of these like Fae Lords looks like. And it's in a book that I own. I just can't remember which of the two books it is. And I haven't put that book on this new stream PC ever. And so that's another one of the issues, is it's just like, I know that I own this book and I bought it, but I have to find it on like an old email to put it back and then put it on this put it on this new laptop so that I can consult it. I want Eberron. Oh, there it is. Okay, found it. Nice. I love that. That's kind of what I do too, is I try to come up with multiple, like, I had multiple ways that this all could have ended, and we have just ended up on this is the one that we're using. Okay, so I don't know where this is or why it's not showing it to me anymore. I might just have to pull it off of a different laptop, which I can do. But we will just talk about this. But yeah, no, I think it's really cool. So the thing that I have always believed in and that I've kind of always held up, and I'm just going to be, you know, this is going to be a talk and work, is I'm going to talk to you, but I'm also going to be working on this over here on the other side of my screen, is that I'm a very big proponent in, and this is very apparent from anyone that's watched any of the content that I've ever made about my philosophy on running games and being a DM and doing things like that. Is that you should be able to make it so that your job as a DM is to react to your players, and that most of your narrative things should be driven by player choice. And what I mean by that is that one of the big things that I learned in my progression as I started DMing more and more, and as I started listening to more and more content and watching more and more things, since I've been playing D&D for over 20 years. I think 21, 22 at this point. And I started as a player and then eventually became a DM because most of the people that I knew in my life didn't play D&D. And so if I wanted to play it, I had to be like, hey, please play this game with me. I'll do everything. You just have to show up. I'll even provide my own dice. Just let me teach you how to do it. And that's been most of my experience. All that to say that because of that, I had an idea of what it needed to be, and for the beginning of the thing, I used to prepare a lot. I would write out everything. I would design entire worlds and dungeons all on my own, and then I would just like subject people to that. And then when I had more time after high school and when I was starting out college, and most of my friends that I played D&D with, I wasn't in contact with anymore, and so I was back into this renaissance of just like, I don't have anyone to play with anymore. I spent a lot of time listening to like TTRPG shows and watching a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube and being exposed to just other ideas and other thoughts about how people play D&D and how people run games specifically. And that's actually one of the best pieces of advice that I think is in the new Dungeon Master's Guide, is they say, if you want to learn how to do this, watch other people do this, take notes on how they do it, and take the things you like and leave the things you don't. And that's essentially what I did to develop my own brand and style of what I do. But essentially what I came down to is like my background in storytelling and doing things like that is much more in theater and in improv and in things like that. And so I respond better as a storyteller doing things of like, I can come up with the grand motivations, but also my prep work of like what you're seeing here on stream and what you saw last week is more prep than I think I have ever done in a while. Because usually what happens is when I start a campaign, I will do a session 0, and then we will just like go away for a couple of months between our session 0 and session 1, where I will do a whole bunch of work up front where I figure out what I think the overarching story is going to be based off of player feedback and player comments from our session 0. And then once we've finished that session 0, we will build out each individual player character, usually one-on-one between me and the person that's going to be playing it, of like who they are, what their things are. And then we use that as an opportunity to figure out what they're like. One of the questions I ask all of my players is like, hey, what is your, like, what do you want your arc to be? Like, is there something you want to explore with this? Like, if you could tell the story you wanted to tell, what kind of story, like theming wise, or like what is the moral of your arc that you want to have? Like, where do you see this character going? Where are they trying to get to? And then I use that and combine it with just, I read so much. Like, I read all of the books. I read other books that are like not even D&D or things, but are just like good stories in the genre of the things I'm trying to tell to get ideas. And I usually take about a month and a half to 2-3 months to just piece everything together. And then once I'm done, I'm like, cool, I've built the entirety of the world. And then what that means is that on like a week-to-week basis, I can just show up and I have a general idea of everything that could happen based on like I am constantly in the background emulating the entirety of this world that we are playing in. And then when my players are at the table, they can feel free to just make whatever choices they want, and then I will react to it as the world as a whole. And then that will make it so that their actions have actual consequences, and they will affect the way that the world reacts to them and holds them accountable for their various actions and things like that. And so when you get into these ideas of things like you're talking about here, Rat King, of just like these multifaceted storylines of like you can meet all these individual people, but who you have as your big bad entirely depends on how you interact with things through there. That's 100% what I have. Like, when we set out to this campaign, I did all of the research, so I knew who all of the evil factions and all of the factions in general were in the world of Eberron, of like, these are all people that could be our big bads. The one that we've ended up with was kind of always going to be the final big bad, but like the ones that we interact with along the way is like we had multiple on-ramps and off-ramps to interact with kind of any faction on the continent of Corvair that we wanted to. And we interacted only with the ones that we did because those were the ones that my players chose to interact with. And if they had chosen differently, and they very much could have because they had the option to go as many directions as they wanted, we would have had a very different story. But I don't think that's a bad thing. What it means is that it's just like now when we are wrapping up this campaign and assuming we want to go back into Eberron again for our next campaign, we can now explore other avenues that we didn't touch this time, and we can play in the same world but in a different place in it and see entirely unrelated things that we've never seen before, or things that we've only seen and had hinted at but we didn't get to explore fully. And I think that's a lot of fun, but it is very much just like it has gotten to the point where it's like the actual prep that I do for a session week in, week out is like honestly no more than 15 minutes of just like I have a list of some names that I need, some things that are going to go on. I remember what we did last time, and I know roughly where we're trying to get to by the end of the session. But I'm only able to do that because of the work that I put in way ahead of time before we even start the campaign. At this point for this one, like 3 years ago. And then every now and then we have exceptional days like today where it's like, I have all of these magical items that I need to finish building out, and this monster that I need to design, and maybe this other monster that I need to tweak. Although I think running a Dracolich as is out of the monster manual will probably be fine. Like, I don't actually think that that's going to be an issue. So that's what we're doing. Cool. But yeah, so that's just kind of, you know, my thoughts on it. And I have a lot of thoughts on just like everything D&D, and like if there's ever any questions, feel free to ask. I, as you can see, could talk about these for hours. The thing that I'm learning is that it's a little bit harder for me to type and talk at the same time, because I need to think about what I'm typing and also think about what I'm saying, which is why I keep going silent, and I do apologize for that. But we are gonna do that. Yeah, that sounds awesome, Rat King. That sounds great. Dungeon Master's Guide. No, and that's the thing, is like you just need to all have your things of like for Eberron campaigns it's always really easy because you can always lean back on like there's this thing called the Draconic Prophecy in Eberron, which no one knows exactly what it is. which is the whole point about it, and that's why it's so great for storytelling, is it can be whatever you want it to be. But essentially written on the face of the world in not actual words, but in signs and in symbols and in things like that, that if you are smart enough and intelligent enough and have enough time to learn to read it, you can find a way to predict everything that has ever happened, ever will happen, and everything that is currently happening all at the same time is just observable if you are versed enough in magic and the ways of the prophecy and how it resonates through the planes. And so you have the entire thing of just like all of the organizations are just trying to either thwart the prophecy or fulfill the prophecy, or they know different aspects of the prophecy. And so that's a really big thing that we have going on for us here. Is you can just make the prophecy be whatever you want it, and then all of my factions are responding to different parts of the prophecy. Which is nice. We like that. So I need to pull up second level spells. I hate this. I love this, but I hate this. Where do they keep this in D&D Beyond now? Here? There we go. Level second. Filter. We're trying to find a second level spell, chat, that has something to do with either divination or finding a path, things like that. Right now, current leader is Augury. Maybe Borrowed Knowledge. Augury might be it, chat. Kinetic Jaunt could also be it. It's like a transposition of places. Nah, I don't think it's Kinetic Jaunt. Augury is still leading. Since we're working on... So, as I was telling you last week, chat, the 3 magical items that I needed to build were the knife that we built on stream last week, this Astral Layrite, which is essentially... Picture like... do you ever make one of those dioramas for science class of the solar system? Picture that, but it has like a compass rose around the sun. And it is a device that is used to help you navigate your way through the planes. And so it's a way for the big machine that they built to help them get from where they need to go to where they are to where they need to go, without getting lost by all of the things in the horrible, awful place that they are, that prevent you from ever knowing which direction is which and getting lost very easily. It's just like, this is a compass that works in a place where compasses don't work. Yeah, we're just gonna settle in on Augury. So, we're going to do that. And so one of the things that it rolled is that it allows them to cast any second level, one second level spell, but after they cast it, they roll a d6. On a roll of 1 through 5, they can't cast it again until the next dawn. And so I had to find a second level spell that I felt thematically worked with this. And the only second level spell that I think really works with it is Augury, of just like, it allows you to figure out, is this good, yes, no, or it doesn't know. How do we do this? I'm trying to find a way to make it so... Since the other thing this thing does is when you're attuned to it, it makes it so that the machine, which is a modified apparatus of Qualish, gets +1 to its AC. Ability score? Bonus. Ace. Armor class. There you go. It's a bonus. Okay, I'm learning this as we go. Fixed value 1. And then we need major beneficial properties. Now I need to go find a 5th level spell. And then intelligence increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. So let's add a modifier, ability score. Or is survival wisdom? I always forget, chat. I think survival is int. You would know this, right, King? You're a guy that uses survival all the time. Survival is wisdom, so we'll improve our wisdom. Fixed value +2. There you go, it's whiz. Is that a... I don't want ability score maximum. I want just ability score, I think. That'll be fine. It was okay. It's okay. Well, the thing is like, you did also help because to solve this question, what I did was just, as your dungeon master, I pulled up your character from our campaign and looked at it. Because I was like, this will show me. And it's one of the autofills, because I just have your character constantly pulled up in one of my tab groups. From what I did, is like, I know that Braum will have me, and so I clicked on your character sheet. So in a way, you did help me. Need to find a 5th level spell now, chat, that works with this. You might be a little bit biased in that, and I don't remember if you remember a couple of weeks ago, we declared that bias is, you know, not allowed in this chat. So either you need to defend this as absolute truth. Bias does not exist in that chat. That's what it was. Okay, so we're trying to find... Ooh, let's see what Far Step is. I don't hate Far Step. Far Step is currently leading. Objectively, Braum is the best, because he is the only... Honestly, no one else can defend that claim, at least that I know of, because no one else that is in this chat is in any campaign that I run that I know of. Midnight Campaign and Be Done are both currently absent from the chat. They have work. Although, incredibly jealous. As much as I love doing this, I also would love the money that comes from being gainfully employed. It would mean less time to spend with all of you, though, and that is, you know, less than ideal. But Far Step, I think, is our current best option. I didn't know he was out of town. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, it is SaltCon this weekend. I forgot about that. Oh, that means he's, like, gone. That's good to know. It also explains... He might also be at SaltCon. They generally both go to SaltCon together. Generally, I go to SaltCon with them as well. I am not at SaltCon this weekend, as you can tell, though. And honestly, it didn't even come up in any of the conversations that we have been having. Yeah, that would make sense. SaltCon's a fun time, though. SaltCon is of the like independent cons I've ever been to that are trying to be focused on board games and things like that. It is not the largest, or maybe even the most well-run, but it is definitely one of the better ones as far as just overall enjoyability of the experience. The other thing is... Oh, we already did that. So this one's done. We have finished the first of these items. Save changes. And we will create a new magic item. The last thing we have to do is the Eldritch Heart. This is the thing that powers all of their stuff that they do. This magic item is busted. But it has a lot of downsides to it. So this is one of those where it's like, I'm going to tell you a thing here that is just a bad thing and you should never do it. Because I've done it and I know that it's bad. And that is that this magical item does just give you the ability to cast spells without expending spell slots, which is a very, very powerful ability. It's not great to give that, and you should be very careful, especially in a condition like mine, where it's like, I have a party where, traditionally in Eberron, you cannot get above 3rd level spells, unless you have some crazy way to have done so. We have a player character that has done a crazy way to become so. In fact, they have become not... There's a delineation in D&D and in most cosmologies between a good like real world example is like once again going back to the well that is Percy Jackson, because it may or may not have been a very influential part of my childhood and Greek mythology in general. If you look at things like that, there's a difference between like God's lowercase g's and God uppercase G of whatever denomination or faith you want to get to. And we're not here to talk religion. But in D&D, that is delineated between essentially gods or deities and powers, which they're different, but like not by a ton. Essentially, powers are just very, very powerful magical beings. I have not heard of the time that Gentetsu made you temporarily level 20. That also sounds like a mistake, but it's a mistake you make once and then never again. Although I have been... There has been a whole bunch of hubbub amongst our group of friends of people starting campaigns and trying to do stuff that I haven't been available enough to play in, but I've been included in all of the like the discords where the planning is happening and stuff like that, which I have been very helpful of. And one of the things that has been being worked on is that Gentetsu is trying to get the itch of running a game again, from what I've heard. And all of the things I've been seeing him put into the chat channels and things like that have been making my heart sing, because it's like, we're going to run a session 0, we're going to talk about expectations, we're going to do all these things. So I'm like, yes, these are great, I love these. But this could be really bad in that like I have a bard with access to 9th level spells, and I have given them a way to cast spells without consuming spell slots, which means they can cast things at 9th level as much as they want. But to do so commensurately, we are trying to make it so that this is very balanced and it nerfs itself very well, in that like to attune to the Eldritch Heart, it does a whole bunch of psychic damage, and while you're attuned to it, you're vulnerable to all damage and you can't heal. So this is crazy. Yeah. That also may be a combination of who is being involved in that conversation and in that fight. Of just like, I've thrown unwinnable combats at you and be done as well, that were meant to just be like a, hey, you're not meant to you're either meant to die in this combat or to just do enough damage to scare the thing off, and then you guys killed it. And, like, great, but that has... Yeah, and then you killed the dragon. Like, it's just a... This is maybe less of a, like, he made a whoopsie and more of a, like, no, the people that he was playing with are maybe the problem here. It's like, I have given you this same problem, and you're like, yeah, and then we kill the dragon, and we're done with that, right? So, you can never really plan on what's going to happen. Yeah, 5e rules are really silly about that. That's a little... That's also just a lot of damage. Meteor into Darkstar is kind of insane. That comes close to the record. I have to look it up again. I can't remember what it is, but for a while there has been a competition to set the all-time record for most damage dealt in a single turn in a live-streamed game. Since there was a time back in the early 2020s at the beginning of all this that, like, Wizards of the Coast, every time a new major release would come out, would do a whole, like, they'd bring in a whole bunch of content creators and they'd do a live stream of, like, a whole bunch of different groups and parties of all of these content creators and D&D personalities playing through the whole new adventure, sort of. And they used to do that every year, and then they stopped after some things blew up in their face that were, you know, less than great. But what it spawned was one of the things of just, like, trying to decide who could do the most damage and who held the record for the most damage dealt in a single turn. And I think the current record holder is Brennan Lee Mulligan. That was in a level 20 one shot that they ran for charity with B. Dave Walters. Oh, I believe it. There is truly no greater feeling than two massive fistfuls of dice and then rolling them and then just trying to figure out what happened. Yeah. And so, like, it can do some crazy stuff, but so, like, that's the thing, is, like, it gets down to the, how do you balance this thing, and it is very much a just, you have to balance it around, just, like, narratively nerfing it, but also having the communication of, like, this is an item that I gave to this party, because it is objectively insanely powerful and is a problem. And B. Dunn, who we've been talking about, just so happened to walk down the stairs, since we play D&D in the basement of the house that I live in with all of my roommates, B. Dunn being one of them, as I was describing what this crazy magical artifact that they created did, and let's just say, it also has to depend, that was probably the mistake right there, of course, is, like, go as all out as you can. But it's like, to talk about the different characters that you have at your table and, like, how to balance things around them is like, this is the thing that I'm perfectly capable of giving to this table, because even though they have a bard that's like that has access to 9th level spells and can do crazy things with magic, and, like, has the wish spell and has cast the wish spell, and not lost the ability to cast the wish spell, they are also a much more narratively designed and like narratively focused party that are like, yeah, I'll give you a thing that allows you to cast all magic forever for things, and when you have it, you can do whatever you want, and they will generally take that and be like, cool, I will use, like, currently the person they have attuned to it is their cleric who can only cast 3rd level spells, but it's just like, yeah, I've got infinite 3rd level cure wounds for the moment that we need it right now, and we'll figure it out from there. But you also, they pitched that, and B-Dun literally heard me say that, and he broke out laughing, and his eyes got so wide that they were going to get out of his head, and he was just like, that's not okay. And I was like, yeah, if I ever gave it to you, and you were a wizard or a bard or anything with 9th level spells, it would become impossible for you to ever be allowed to have that in a game. You are not at this table. These are not you. These people can think of probably crazy things to do with it too, but also, exactly, you don't give it to him or anyone in his party. Like, and that's one of the things of like, the takeaway from that is know what your players are and like know your player profiles when you sit down to your table, because that's honestly the great equalizer in like what you're trying to do. Of like, and this is not to try and like do a character assassination of any kind on any of these people. It's very much just like, B-Dun is one of my oldest friends. I've known him for a very long time. We get along very, very well, but it's like, I know him and I know the way that he thinks about things, and even though he tells me I want to be narrative thing, it's like narrative focus is my main thing, I'm like, yeah, I know what narrative focus means to me though, and my level of narrative focus and your level of narrative focus are not the same. Because my narrative focus is like, I can do things narratively to the point that they are bad, and your version of bad is like slightly unoptimized, even if you're not trying to optimize things. Oops All Warlocks is great. It's just like, if you give them something like this, do whatever you want. But it's also like, I've played that Warlock character that I played in that Oops All Warlocks in other games too, and it's just like, I had a very different approach of Oops All Warlocks. To be fair, when you look at that table where we did Oops All Warlocks, every single person had a very different approach to how they were playing their Warlock. That was very, very different. Of like, here's the Warlock, like, yeah, I'm going to take all the investitures that are just the best things to be doing. Of just like, I can cast Jump for free, I can do all these things. Then you've got people like me that are like, I am a Warlock that can heal you. And of course what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to pretend to be a cleric and convince everyone that I'm not actually a warlock. Exactly. Exactly. To this day, I don't think I have ever seen someone laugh harder at a joke that I have made. And that brings me great joy. So, some context to the people in chat that aren't Rat King and were not there for that, which is not a ton of you, but I legitimately thought he was going to die too. He, I think, stopped breathing, and that's the reason I started laughing so hard, is the crazy noises and how hard he was laughing made me start laughing incredibly hard. And I did think that he was going to, like, asphyxiate because of how funny that joke was. But we were playing a game of Dungeons & Dragons that was, admittedly, a very fun and simple adventure run by... Sorry, this is from the D&D group. Yeah, Inhuman Noises is a great way to put this. But we were playing a wonderfully short and just great one-shot put together by a really good friend of ours and friend of the channel, Miss Omi. That the large portion of it was essentially, we were adventurers going along a path. We made it to a village. The village was having issues being raided by, I think it was wolves. And so we were hired to go deal with the wolf problem. There was a wolf infestation. We were hired to go deal with the wolves. Simple enough. because it was a one-shot, we all just kind of showed up and were like, hey, let's do whatever we want. And as a player group, the 4 of us that were playing decided, wouldn't it be funny if we were all warlocks, but we were just different kinds of warlock? And so we all made up really fun warlocks, and we were doing it, and it was a lot of fun. And so we just got up into, you know, the things that you get up to when you're playing D&D, and it's just, you know, the boys and Miss Omi. And we just started, you know, riffing and telling all these crazy stories. And I don't know exactly where it came up from. I think it was when we were in town trying to meet people. Because obviously, when you have 4 warlocks are a charisma-based class. It was a lot of us just being deeply charismatic, but in weird, unsettling ways. Like I had described, I was playing a warlock that could heal people, and I was pretending to be a priest. So I was doing preacher voice and things like that. Rat King was doing, like, the warlock that is clearly already been consumed by his patron and was just, like, unsettling and trying to sow chaos and mayhem. I think a great way to describe it is, like, schizophrenia externalized. He was, like, infecting other people with schizophrenic thoughts. Kind of constantly. Yeah, Eldritch God Incarnate is a good way to put it. And then we had just, like, 2 other regular warlocks that were just kind of, like, nothing really to write home about, but we somehow, the topic of BDSM came up. I don't remember how or why. I think it was because the Eldritch God, we either needed him to time up or he had a thing with, like, tentacles, and it was a weird thing. And so this came up. Oh, Gentetsu's was a twink, that's what it was. There you go. But BDSM came up, and in character, someone, Warlock had asked, what does that stand for? Because, like, that's at least it's one of my favorite jokes in D&D, is when you take a thing that people obviously know about in real life, or that really exists, and then you just try to, instead of yes-anding it, you know but, of like, well, I've never heard of this strange music. What is the music? And it forces you to do the improv trick of trying to think of what could this possibly mean, instead of what we all know that it means. And without missing a beat, what I said immediately was the first 4 words that came to mind that fit the letters, which was, well, of course it means boys, dick, sandals, men, which is 4 words that mean nothing together. Like, they are complete nonsense. But I said it so straight-faced and with no hesitation that Bidan, who was sitting to my left, proceeded to die. Like, I think there was a solid 30 seconds where he was not breathing because he was laughing so hard it was physically impossible to. And, like, medical intervention was almost necessary. It was wild. And that was just, like, just one of the greatest moments of my life. Truly. It was fantastic. They were. His eyes were popping out of his head. His face turned. It went from a normal, like, pasty white to, like, bright red to, at the end, it was purple. Like, it was bad. It was insane. Like, and it was one of those where it's like, to this day, every now and then, since he and I live together, I will just be walking through the halls of our house and we'll, like, walk past each other, and he'll just, like, under his breath say boys, dick, sandals, men to me, and then giggle to himself. And I'm like, I don't remember this being the funniest thing I've ever said, but it has clearly changed those 5 people's lives inexorably. Like, none of us will ever be the same again. And it's one of those, like, even in retelling the story, I'm like, it's not even a great story to tell because, like, I don't remember anything other than the punchline. And the punchline itself is just nonsense. Like, it's not a thing that actually matters. I think it was only funny to him, too, but everyone else of us was changed because how funny he thought it was made me start laughing because I was like, this is such an unequal response to the thing that was said. Is at least how I viewed it. I was just like, you are acting in such a way that makes this crazy. Yeah, that's great. He died, and then that made me lose my mind. Because I was like, you are responding to this in such a way that I don't believe it merits. And this is such a huge response. The other thing we need. So 19. Say proficiency. Arcana. Yeah, it was wild. Like, I've never seen a man almost die from laughter before in my life. And then 25 major is... So that's the thing. So that you've given me a great topic to talk about, and I truly thank you, Rat King. This is a great thing to talk about. Of just like, I have run evil campaigns, and I've heard about evil campaigns, and like, they are fine. Of like, the thing that you come down to with them, yeah, it did. It really did. Is that's the main issue with playing evil characters in evil campaigns, is that everyone has to be in on the bit, and finding a group that wants to play evil is hard. Of just like our All Warlocks campaign, I think the only people objectively at that game that could play evil is you and me. Because, like, knowing Gantetsu, I think he could do it, but he wouldn't be comfortable, and so I wouldn't ask him to do it. And then knowing Bidun's just not possible. Like, it is an impossibility for him to do that. He just will not be able to ever do that in any way, shape, or form. And he and I had that conversation. It's the same thing that comes to, like, for people that have played critically acclaimed game Baldur's Gate 3 and have played... Yeah, but that's also like a weird, like, the thing of, like, if you're trying to play evil in a non-evil party is also hard to do, because it comes down into weird conversations of, like, consent and things like that around just, like, if it is so jarring with the way that the rest of the party is playing and how they want to get you run into issues where people will have now to react to you as the evil character in their good party, and it creates unnecessary conflict and tension between you as the player that is not great for overall party cohesiveness and the storytelling at large. That is not great. It is just, it's not good. And it's one thing that I generally pretty heavily discourage. The other thing you come down to is, like, there are a lot of people that you will see experience this yeah, which is fine, and I think that yours was fine. The thing is, like, I think that works really well if you are in is that it works well in the one-shot space. So, you know, like, this is a great thing that I learned and that was talked about in... Yeah, it's short-term games. You can't do this in... Like, you can't do one evil, everyone else good in long-term things well. Because the unnecessary conflict that arises between the party because of that is just not cohesive to that. Longer one is just way too much. The great way to look at this is they did an interview on Dropout between many of the seasons of Dimension 20 with... specifically after Unsleeping City Season 2 with Murph. I don't even think it was an interview. I think it was something that came up in their talkback show that they do after every episode. Was that they had Brian Murphy on there, and he was talking about his character that he was playing in Season 2 of Unsleeping City. And for those of you that haven't seen it, and light spoilers for those of you that want there, he played a character in that series that was essentially like the stereotypical I work at Hot Topic goth. Like, he was a mall goth that worked at the Hot Topic, and that was his entire personality, and he was really into it. Yeah, exactly. But it's also like when you make these big things of like, he wasn't necessarily playing an evil character, he was just playing a really annoying one-note character. And when you're trying to just have your note be evil, that you can fall into that same thing. But it's very much of like, those kind of one-note, like, gag bit characters are really great for, we're only doing a one-shot, or we're doing a really short thing where, like, there's going to be maybe 3 sessions that anyone has to deal with this guy, and then you never have to deal with him again. Is that then, if you're trying to bring that into long-form play, you have to try and find a way to make that guy that is so one-note and one-dimensional actually interesting, and that is almost impossible. And that was what he ran into with his character, is he was just like, I made this guy who's supposed to be the worst guy. And then they were doing like a 20-episode season, and he's like, and after episode 4, we were out of bits. Like, the bits had ended. There was nothing more to do with this guy. He just sucked so bad. And I had to try and find a way to keep playing him, because we weren't going to just kill him off. Like, I wasn't going to get a third character. I needed to make this work, and it was one of the hardest things that I've ever done. And, like, there's a lot of merit to that. If you're trying to do this short term, it still needs to be, like, you need to have that communication of, like, what it's going to be. The outlier to that from, like, my own life is, I've talked about this a couple times, and, like, we did our first of these sessions of these, like, work along and talk about D&D and talk about how games work sections of this, we talked about, the one shot that I ran back in November that was based loosely off of Halloween, and using the mechanics from Betrayal at House on the Hill. And in doing that, the whole conceit of that was one of the player characters was the monster, and so to win the game, everyone else needed to kill all of her. And so, like, she was evil, but the whole conceit was she was okay with all of the party members fighting her and killing her at one point. That was the whole point of the game. But the players didn't know that, and the characters didn't know that, and that worked that way, but it was never going to last longer than the one shot for that to happen. And so that's just one of my thoughts on it, for sure. But it's a good thing to talk about, and it like, the real thing you're trying to avoid is IRL strain between you and your friends when you're trying to play this game to each other, in all intents and purposes. Cool, I have finished making all of my magical items. Let's get into encounter balance, shall we? I will need to go grab my other laptop that has the book that I need, so that I can look at it, though. So let's look at this Dracolich. I'll transition us over to, let's do this one. And let's talk about encounter balancing, and let me go grab this book. Okay, so some things that you need to know, and they've changed this recently, and I'm glad that they did it. So one of the worst parts about the original D&D 5e rules was how bad the inherent systems built into the game worked at balancing mechanics and balancing combats around just like the level of your party and how you were supposed to make your combats work about that. So they've overhauled the entire system. Is it perfect? No. Is it better? Yes. And we're gonna talk through that. Yeah, and I think that that's fine. And like, there's my main thing is that I am a very big proponent, Rat King, in that when you are playing games, specifically games like Dungeons and Dragons or any of the other tabletop RPG games, there is a point of this where it is very much everyone likes to talk about alignment charts, and alignment charts I do think are generally helpful in a long way of just basically, are you good, are you evil, or do you follow the law, do you break the law? But I do think that to play the characters that I think are the most engaging at a table, you need to just throw the alignment chart out the window and not worry about that, and realize that everything can exist in shades of gray, and there is good and there is bad, but like, people are people, and no one individual person actually very well fits onto an alignment chart. I think we all like to think that we are good, but like, we will all have varying degrees to like in which we are actually able to uphold that, because like, would a good person lie is one of those moral quandaries and stuff like that, and who amongst us hasn't told a lie of some kind, whether it's intentional or whether it's a white lie or whatever it is. Like, there's a whole bunch of complexity in real life that if you try to boil everything down to, I have to live by these particular tenets of a 3x3 9-thing alignment chart, you get in the way of. And so it also then lets you play things like that character you're doing, of just like self-serving, of like, I'm evil, but like the evil I'm in, like the thing I get up to in my evilness isn't like wanton murder and blood sport. It's, I have a very specific weird goal that I'm trying to accomplish, and it's making all these voodoo dolls, but I have to only do it willingly, and the people that I use in my voodoo dolls have to be consenting, is pretty great. Sorry, I am trying to find this file so I can send it to myself, so I have it on this other computer. Okay, I have sent it to myself. Yeah, so I now have the new book. Yeah, but sort of like double. And so it's things like that that's like, you need to have your broader context in mind, but that, like, don't let it disincentivize you from being like, I want to play this thing. You can still try to figure that out. But you need to be more communicative when you're trying to do things like that to allow yourself to do that. But getting to what we need to do here, of like I said, we are trying to build these things and we're trying to get this all working. And as part of it, we have sorry, I'm downloading a PDF so that I can open the PDF. We have this Dracolich, which we are going to be using, and we have this prince that we need to do. And so the way that they recommend that you design encounters and things like that in Dungeons & Dragons is that you make a budget of what your characters can deal with, essentially. And so you determine your budget by going to the Dungeon Master's Guide. Pull it over here so we can get to it. Physical copies do exist if you need to use them. Nice! I like that, Rat King. That's actually a pretty cool character concept. If you plan encounters, you can get to combat encounters. Essentially, there's this big, huge, like, table that you can use to contemplate, like, getting a rough idea of how many experience points worth of difficulty you can budget. For us, we are doing this for 17th level. This is supposed to be a very high difficulty combat because it's like the end of an arc. And so we would have 11,700 times the number of characters that we have. So for us, if we pull up a calculator, we can do 11,700 times 4. We have a budget of 46,800 that we can work with. If we go to our Dracolich and subtract that from that, we know that this is 1,800. So if we subtract 18,000, not 1,800 from this, we have 2,880 that we can work with. So when we look at our creatures, let me find the creature on this that I want to model our prince off of. He's on page 239. This is from the book Exploring Eberron. If you're trying to run an Eberron game, this is not made by Wizards of the Coast. This is made by Keith himself. He is the guy that created Eberron. He sells this on DM's Guild. I think it's like $10. If you're trying to get into Eberron and learn more about Eberron lores, this and Chronicles of Eberron are the two books that he's made for 5th edition. And they're both fantastic. And I think combined they're worth like $30. And you can get them as PDFs, you can get them as hard copies. They are the best. If you're trying to look for sources of information on Eberron for your D&D games, this is kind of your best bet for them. But, so, if we're looking at this Forgotten Prince that we're trying to base this off of, challenge rating of the Forgotten Prince is 3,300. So, if we do something that's just a little bit less powerful than this, we should be golden. Because we have a budget of 28, this is 33. If we want another comparison point, we can go to the Forest Queen up here. She's 50,000, so, like, she's really, really good. So, if this is way too good, this is a little bit worse. We want something that's just a little bit lower than this. And that's going to be our goal. But we're going to basically use this Forgotten Prince as a baseline to build our thing out here. But so, essentially, we have been given ourselves now this budget, and we try to work within that budget. The main change that they made is they just adjusted what these budgets are, so that these budgets are actually much bigger than what they used to be. And it can give you some examples of, like, a high difficulty encounter for 6 level 15 characters has an XP budget of 7,800 times 6 for 46,800 XP. You could get 2 adult red dragons and 2 fire giants in that. And then just some rules of thumb to keep in mind while you're troubleshooting and doing things around that is, like, the more physical creatures that are in an encounter, the higher risk that's going to be even harder than your party can handle. So I have a really good example of this. One of my favorite stories from when I was trying to get people into playing Dungeons & Dragons in high school is I got a couple of friends, literally only 2 to start with. It at one point ballooned all the way up to like 8. But I had 2 people that wanted to play D&D with me, and I was like, here, let me introduce you to how to play it. We were playing 3.5 at the time, which is a completely different system and has its own rule sets for it. But we were just like, hey, let's play 3.5. Make yourself a character. The 2 of them made a character. I made a really easy little dungeon that they were going to go through that, like, I had a mechanic for if they lost any of the fights of, like, they would wake up in a prison cell, they wouldn't be killed, and they could be able to escape from there and figure it all out. But they were going to go into this abandoned temple in the woods and fight a cabal of necromancers and the skeletons that they had animated that were in the catacombs of this church. You know, real simple, just like, we tried to do something easy just because I wanted them to have the experience and see what they wanted to do and if they wanted to continue playing. And they both were really liking it. But the thing that you can run into is what it gets into here. Many creatures increases the risk of your creatures getting lucky. If you're rolling really hot as the DM and these creatures start doing a lot of damage, that can add up. And the more creatures you have, the more you are inflating your chance of being able to get lucky. So the rule of thumb that they give is like, don't do more than 2 creatures per character, and if you do, make it so they're creatures that can die really easily. Especially if you're playing for really low. Like for that game, we were playing level 1 characters, and so I gave them the literal first fight of like they just snuck in, they had just opened the door, they were getting into the church, and they fought as 2 characters 3 skeletons, and they immediately lost to 3 skeletons, and these were 3 skeletons that all had like an AC of 12, they had 4 hit points, they had short swords that did only 1d6 damage, like they didn't add anything to it. But the players that they were playing as was like a rogue and a bard that like had 8 HP each. And so while they were able to kill one of the skeletons, the 3 skeletons were able to knock them out to 0 immediately. Because I rolled really well, and they didn't roll very well. And so this is the thing you can do when it comes to that. And like, luck is going to always play a part in these games. But also, especially as you get to higher levels, your characters are going to be able to do things that are just unworldly. And so you can just kind of throw the book at them, and they can usually solve any problem. Player's absence can warrant removing creatures from encounter to keep intended difficulty. Die rolls can factor into it. It's really true. Yeah. Other great tips here: manage the number of stat blocks to be pretty low, so you don't have to like constantly looking at different things. It just keeps you better in your head to try to limit the number of stat blocks. More than 2 or 3 can be daunting, especially if they're all complicated. Yeah, and then powerful creatures. Both of the creatures we're using, both our Dracolich. Our Dracolich has CR that is equal to the level of our player characters. Our Prince of Frost is going to have a CR that's higher than our character's level. That's just an unavoidable fact of this. And if you're going to do that, you have to be aware that they could potentially kill any of your characters. At high levels, this doesn't matter as much, because it's just like, even if we're looking at, like, our Dracolich can cast Finger of Death, a really scary named spell. Finger of Death can do 78 plus 30 necrotic damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Maximum 78 is 86 necrotic damage. And at 17th level, 86 is like half of a player's health. The other thing is like the necrotic breath could do 8d12, that gets you 52. There's no single way, that's average damage. Max damage that you can get on 8d12 is 96. I knew that. I don't know why I had to put that in. Which still, like, that's not going to kill a single character. So yeah, you just kind of balance this of like, can you one-shot any single character? Yes, no is a good idea of just like a rule of thumb to keep in mind. But Windows, why are you giving me your summary right now? I don't want to see that. Windows Defender. Cool. But so this is our thing. I like to use. Historically, there has been a way to do encounters. And so I generally will build an encounter for my campaign. I will do this. We can manage our characters. We can put it for our campaign. And then this will help us tell what our budget is already. So like our hard budget is 23, our deadly budget is 35, our daily budget is 100,000. We can put, this is using the old metrics, I'm fairly certain. Yeah, this is still using the old metrics, so our metrics are a little bit different. But we can do Dracolich. Which Dracolich do we want? Do we want small Dracolich or big Dracolich? What's really the difference? Big Dracolich, do you do more damage? Big Dracolich doesn't do more damage. It just is big. Yeah, let's do big one. Big Dracolich. Why not? And then we have to build our fallen prince. So I'm gonna move this back over here. So I can have it on a different thing. He's just a little chonky. He's just a big skeletal dragon. But we are going to try and do this. There's also some great things to talk about monster behavior and personality and like pace and tension in the encounter. He is big boned, literally, since he's all bones. That's just what he is. And we can get into that in a minute. But we are going to make a new homebrew creature. Create a monster. Create from scratch. We want to do 5.5. This is going to be Corrupted Prince of Frost. So, once again, rev everything. This guy is a Fae. Subtype, Archfey. Size, large. Chaotic neutral. We're gonna aim for somewhere around, let's say 21. So, if we're gonna do that, some general rules of thumb we should look at is, this is generally what I go through when I'm making monsters, chat, is like, I'll look at D&D Beyond, we'll pull up, let's go find the monster manual. Where are you, monster manual? Oh, you can buy it now on D&D Beyond. Big boned, literally. Monster manual. That's just the errata. I just want the actual monster manual. Excuse me. Excuse me. Jeez. They should make this easier to... There it is, monster manual. One of the things that I like to do is look at... other monsters at our challenge rating, that is our challenge rating that we're targeting. So for us it's 21, and we look at like, what do these all have in common? So we can look at Ancient Black Dragon, Ancient Copper Dragon, Archhag, Lich, and Solar. Ancient Black Dragon, we're looking at 21 d20 plus 147 as far as HP, an AC of 22, an initiative of plus 16, things like that. XP somewhere around 3,300. So we know 3,300 is a little outside of our budget. Let's go back to our challenge rating. Let's see what a 20 gets us on challenge rating. We have 4 to look at here. So let's look at Ancient Brass Dragon. Ancient Brass Dragon, this is much more of our range. So CR20 is what we're trying to hit. CR20, we're looking at like 19 d20s of HP on this guy. An initiative of plus 12, an AC of 20. It's got 4 legendary resistances. He's got 3 attacks. And then some amount of spellcasting and 3 legendary actions. Perfect. What about the Animal Lord? This is a Celestial. They're 34d8. So still somewhere around the like mid 300s as far as HP is concerned. High strength saves and all that stuff. This guy's got more traits, so this is maybe a better idea. But he still has some amount of spellcasting, capping out at 8th level spells with Animal Shapes and Sunburst. And then only 2 legendary actions. Still 4 per day legendary resistance. Does the Pit Fiend also track with that? This is now... We've seen Dragon, we've seen Angel, we are now looking at Devil. Still like 330, so we still want to aim for that like 330 HP, somewhere around there. And then you're usually looking at 4 legendary resistances a day. He has 4 attacks, so he's more melee focused. He still has some amount of spellcasting though, in that he can cast Fireball, Hold Monster, or Wall of Fire, but generally he has the least amount of spellcasting out of any of these. So I think we want to be more closely aligned with like this for our monster that we are making. So Corrupted Prince of Frost. Once again, I'm going to be also pretty heavily consulting the already existing Forgotten Prince stat block that I have access to. But it's very much of like, the Prince of Frost is a former royal prince. He is a leader of his knights. He is a hunter. He has a whole bunch of just his denizens that are his winter wolves that he sends out to hunt the princess. So this is someone that like can definitely do some amount of magic and is innately tied to the plane of frost. And now that he's been corrupted by this, instead of frost, we're going to do like a combination of frost and necrotic, or frost and force or radiant damages. And then he's going to mainly be more martial. So we want this guy to be a guy that can make a whole bunch of attacks. So that's like Pit Fiend, he's going to do like 4 of them, and his attacks are going to be aligned with the extra damage types that he gets. If like he does some amount of slashing, but he also gets to do like cold and necrotic from doing it. So let's do some things here. So immediately, because he's more martial, he's still a Fae, he's going to have high charisma. We're just going to have this guy be pretty good at a lot of things. Let's start with some ability scores. I think we want him to have a 26 here. I think we actually want his strength and con to be his highest scores. I think his charisma is actually going to be pretty low, Fae considered, because he's kind of gone manic. Dex can be 20. Int and Wiz can be 20 and 21. So hit die. Everyone that we've looked at has been doing like Pit Fiends did D10s, Dragons are D20s. What was this Animal Lord? He was D8s, but he was like 34 D8s. I don't hate the 34 D8. 34 D8 works for me. And then, because he has 34 D8, that means he has essentially 34 levels, so we get to do some quick math. Con score of 26 is going to be a +8, so we have to do 8 times 34. That's 272. So what we want to do now is we want to find the average roll of 34 d8s. The average roll of a d8 is 4.5. So we do 34 times 4.5 is 153. And then we add our 272 to that. Gets us to 425. So a little higher on the hit points, so we can actually probably scale that down if we wanted to. Let's get this closer to 27. Because we went down from 34 to 27, we are going to lose 56 from this, so that's going to get us down to 216, and we're going to lose 7 times 4.5, 31.5. So let's just do 27 times 4.5, 121.5 plus 216. Let's just call this 338. That's much more online for what we want from a CR20. Perfect. We are going to give him some saving throw proficiencies. He is going to be proficient in Con, Strength, Charisma, and Wisdom. Condition immunities, Blinded, Charmed, Exhaustion, Frightened, Petrified. Resistances, he wants to be resistant to Necrotic. Cold, he's going to be immune. Do they still have non-magical? Yeah. They've largely gotten away from this in 5.5. And then can speak all languages. Okay, let's get some traits and actions. We also know that he's going to be legendary. He's not in his lair. Okay, so traits. We have some traits that we know are going to be built in for sure. We are going to have Fey Step. All Fey generally have this. This is just basically a limited teleport. So as a bonus, in fact, we can probably put this not there. We can put this as a bonus action, so this is a bonus action. Fey Step. The Corrupted. Prince of Frost. Teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied he can see. Innate spellcasting. Okay, so this is going to be based off of his charisma. Spell save DC on that is going to be 8 plus modifier plus proficiency bonus, which proficiency bonus is, I think, plus 7 at this point, so it's 15 plus, not 8, he's a plus 6, so 21. And then to hit with the attacks is plus 7 plus 6, so plus 13. In fact, can I just... does this copy? There you go. We're just going to copy this. So this is 21. This is plus 13. Okay, so here is a list of spells. We're going to change these. But we are going to keep the same general idea here of some amount of things that are generally like cantrips and stuff that he can cast at will. 3 things that he can cast 3 times per day, and things that he cast 2 times per day. And we're going to try and stick to the same spell levels here. So Chill Touch, I think we will keep. Hex, I think we will replace. We need now a first level spell. And we want something that's like frost themed. And so Frost Fingers, freezing cold blast from your fingertips with a 15-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a con save, taking 2d8 cold damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Freezes non-magical liquids, and then at a higher level, it gets 1d8 for each slot above first. So at a 5th level, it would be 68. I don't hate that. Frost Fingers. Mage Hand, I don't hate. Non-detection. What level is non-detection? I think it's a 3rd level spell. Third level spell, so let's look for another 3rd level spell that either has to do with like tracking or frost. Like, weirdly we do Hunger of Hadar, but I think that Far Realm is not what we're looking for here. Sleet Storm I don't hate. Sleet Storm we could do it. Let's do Sleet Storm. Until the spell ends, Sleet falls into a 40-foot tall, 20-foot radius cylinder centered on a point you choose within range. It becomes heavily obscured, which means people in it are blind. Flames are doused. It has difficult terrain, and then they succeed on a dex save or be knocked prone and lose any concentration. I like Sleet Storm. And then Pass Without Trace, I think, is also a 3rd level spell. It might be a 2nd level spell. Pass Without Trace is really good. It is a 2nd level spell. And honestly, it's a 2nd level spell that I don't hate just having. Just because it goes with the whole, like, he's also... The thing is, like, he's not trying to hide and track you. He's just, like, actually coming for you. Let's, instead of Pass Without Trace, do... Rhymes Binding Ice. A burst of cold energy emanates from you in a 30-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a con save. On a failed save, they take 3d8 cold damage and is hindered by ice formation for a minute or until another creature uses an action to break the ice. A creature hindered by the ice has its speed reduced to 0. On a successful save, they take half as much damage and aren't hindered. Yeah, I like that. He catches you and he can bind you in ice. So then 3 times a day we get glibness or greater visibility. Let's see what those are and change those out. And so that's just kind of what we're doing here, chat, is that we are just trying to identify things that already exist, tweak them a little bit, and make them more specific. This is how I make a lot of my custom creatures and things. Glibness is an 8th level spell. Let's see if there's a better 8th level spell for this guy. Because, like, he doesn't need to be glib about anything. He wants much more, like, Conquest and Frost and things like that. Control Weather I don't hate. Although Control Weather is very much like it takes 10 minutes and he makes, like, a big storm. I also am fine with, I think, Power Word Stun. Yeah, let's do Power Word Stun. Just, he catches you, he stuns you. Greater Invisibility is a 4th level spell. So, what's another good 4th level spell we can use? Compulsion, I think, is fine. Elemental Bane I also don't hate. Ooh, nope. There's Ice Storm. Ice Storm is just kind of the answer we have to go with here. And then Mass Suggestion and Modify Memory, I think, are also both high-level spells. Mass Suggestion is a 6th. Mass Suggestion is one that I'm actually, I think, okay with him knowing. If we can't find a better one. We could do Investiture of Ice. But he already has immunity to cold damage and resistance to fire damage. Mass Suggestion, I think, is still that. We could do Odaluk's Freezing Sphere. Let's do Odaluk's Freezing Spear. And then Modify Memory, I have to look up again since I can't remember what level spell that is. Fifth level spell, okay. It just has to be Cone of Cold, doesn't it? You always forget that Cone of Cold is a 5th level spell, or at least I always forget that Cone of Cold is a 5th level spell. Just do Cone of Cold. Actually, no, let's do Anti-Life Shell. I think I like that. So there's his spellcasting. So we've got his spellcasting down. We have his Phase Step, that's his bonus action. We're just trying to figure out what are some good things here. So this is where we'd get to Legendary Resistance. We know that he wants to have Legendary Resistance. He's going to have 4 a day. That's what most CR20s have. Magic Resistance. Magical weapons. And then the other one that all Anchor Barons have is the idea of Thalanian Protagonist. So Thalantis is the name of the Fey world in Eberron. Thalanian Protagonist is what is called the ability of most Anchor Barons, of which the Prince is one. Anchor Barons are beings who are so integral to stories that they warp the world around them. So essentially, everything that is there is a Thalanian protagonist that is like bending these worlds around them, and so they can't die unless they are killed in their home. Even then, they can't really die because the story just keeps reanimating them. So then we have two other abilities that we want to give him that are just like the one we're building off here is the Prince of Shadow, the Forgotten Prince. So he has like a whole bunch of 3 other things we want to give him of just like this guy has Cloaked by Shadows, which means that he adds his Charisma modifier as a bonus to his AC. Shadow Stealth, while in dim light or darkness, they can take the hide action as a bonus action. And then Stolen Gifts, they can steal other people's gifts with hands as swift as darkness as a bonus action. One creature within 60 feet of him make a wisdom save. On a failed ability check, they steal one of the following things: their weapon, their spellcasting, or their speed. The thing that we need to do about him is that he needs to have his own thing. So I think that his version of Stolen Gifts, this extra bonus action that he can get, is we're just going to give him from the new Ranger subclass from the new Forgotten Realms thing. The Heroes of Faerun, we're just going to give him the improved Hunter's Mark from that. The Winter Walker Ranger. So we'll give him the level 3 ability Hunter's Rhyme, and then the ability to just cast Hunter's Mark as a bonus action as many times as he would like per day. So let's do this. Hunter's Rhyme. And we picked 27, so we'll just do 1d10 plus 27. As a bonus action, the prince can cast Hunter's Mark without using a spell slot. Okay, so there's his bonus action. I think that another really cool thing that we could do for him is like we want two that are just kind of like passive traits. So I think one really good passive trait that we could do is a more powerful version of the passive trait from the monster of the Winter Eladrin. Which is known as Sorrowful Presence. So any non-Eladrin creature that starts within 60 feet of the prince must make it DC 21, so we'll just up it to match his save DC. On a failed save, they become charmed by the prince for 1 minute. While charmed in this way, they have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws. They can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of turns, ending the effect on themselves as a success. If any creature saving throw is successful or ends the effect, it's immune to the prince's. So I like the Prince's Sorrowful Presence. And then I would want to do something that is like connected to like the fact that he's radiating frost and things like that. So, and I liked the idea of the current ability that they've given us from the Forgotten Prince of his Cloaked by Shadows, adding half of his Charisma modifier as a bonus to his AC. But I think I want to do it based off of the Prince's Con instead. So we're gonna do Cloaked by Rhyme. And then that'll let us know, go calculate the prince's armor class. So armor class is 10 plus dex plus armor plus whatever other things you do it. So for him, he's going to get a plus 9 already from these, but I think that we want him to have a little bit higher than that. So we're going to treat him as if he's wearing some amount of armor. And I picture the prince in my mind as like a holy knight. So he's going to be wearing like pretty heavy armor. But instead of it being like heavy armor that is cumbersome and slow, it's part of his body. So we're going to say that he is also fire resistance. We're going to say that he's getting a +5 from Dex, a plus 4 from his con, which is a +9 total, and then I want to give him another +5 from his armor, so we're going to go to 24. Initiative bonus is equal to just your Dex, plus if he's proficient in initiative in any way, which I don't think he would be, so this is just going to be a +5, since his Dex is only a +5. And then, as for there's going to be more information we have to get to once we're done with some of the things here of like, but I think his passive perception, I think he's going to be proficient in perception, which means that he gets +7 from his proficiency bonus, and then +5, so this is a +12, so his passive perception would be a 22. Okay, so now we have to get to his actions. He's going to have multi-attack, and much like the form of... once again, we're basing this largely off of what we saw from the Pit Fiend, since it's our martial-coded one. He's going to have 4 attacks, so it's 2 of one of another. He's going to have a big sword, and then we'll give him, like... a cantrip that he can cast at 17th level, so those do pretty good damage. And then we'll give him a recharge ability. Sorrow's Edge. His name is Sword something cool. No, multi-attack is what we want. The prince makes 4 attacks in any combination of Sorrow's Edge and let's look up once again. We need to find the cantrips. I think it's called Frostbite. Frostbite, there it is. Okay, so then we have Sorrow's Edge, which is going to be his sword. Melee weapon attack, he has a +7, plus his strength, which is a +8, so a +15 to hit. +15 to hit. Reach of 5 feet, 1 target. Let's have it do greatsword damage, so 2d6. plus 8 slashing damage. And let's have it do, what's 2d6 plus 8? So d6s are 3.5. So we need to do 7 plus 8 is 15. And let's have it do an additional do 68. $27 frost, 27 cold damage. And then action range attack is frostbite. Ranged spell attack. It's, I think, a plus... We have it over here in our innate spellcasting. It's plus 13 to hit. Range on frostbite is 60 feet. One target. It does 4d6, which becomes 14. Hold damage, and then it has a whole bunch of extra effects. There we go. So there's those, and then we need one big, just like rechargeable, crazy attack. So the Exploring Eberron, the way that the the Forgotten Prince does things, he has Threads of Memory, recharges on a 5 or 6. It steals the memories of nearby foes, hampering their abilities. 3 creatures within 60 feet make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they take 8d6 points of damage and have their memory stolen for 1 minute. During that time, whenever they make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, it must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. They can make a Wisdom save at the end of each turn, ending the effect on a success. I actually don't hate that. I want to build something similar to that. Let's unbold that first. So we're going to do this part bolded and italicized. And I want to call this Blizzard of Loss. The prince steals the memories of nearby foes, hampering their abilities, causes up to 3 creatures within 60 feet of him to make a DC 23 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they take 28. The prince bombards nearby foes. With waves of his loss and rage, hampering their ability to move and act. DC 21 Wisdom save I still like. I also want this to be AoE, so creatures within 60 feet. Make that. On a failed save, I'll have them do 8d6 points of cold damage. Actually, let's split this. We'll do 4d6 down to 14 points of psychic damage. As well as cold damage. And becomes encased in ice for 1 minute. During that time, whenever they make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, they must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Yeah, I like this still. It's just instead of it being him taking their ability to do things, it's just like they are melancholic and then like their joints are frozen up. So it's not as bad as like the actual spell that he can cast of Rhymes Binding Ice, which like you have to be freed from the ice, but it is very much just like it's harder to do anything. I like this. So this is our actions. We have our bonus actions. Now we just have to do legendary actions. So legendary actions, generally this is, you can do 3 of them. And you want them to basically be broken down into the following categories of just, does the attack again? And then you usually have like one of its spells that it can cast, and then one of its like big things. And so for ours, I want to say that we're going to have Sorrow's Edge, which is just going to be 1 action, and then it's make an attack, and then we can do phase step, where he just does his phase step. And then let's do let's actually swap Frost Fingers and Rhymes Binding Ice. Let's do Rhymes Binding Ice and Frost Fingers. And let's do, let's call this Consumed by Grief. Cast Rhymes Binding Ice on 1 target at 5th level. And then the prince uses his Fey Step. Okay, so this has taken more time than I thought it would, chat, admittedly. And we're going to have a little bit less time to do that. But this is all work that I needed to do. And hopefully you were able to learn something along the way, and this was beneficial. We are going to add in some skills as our last little bit here. of athletics. Is going to be plus 15. And then let's add another skill. We know perception. It's 12. Survival. We're going to have this be 12 and then additional bonus 7 because he's be an expert at survival. Add a skill. Let's do persuasion. No, insight. It's going to be a 12. And then animal handling 12. Movement, he's just going to have a walking speed of 30 feet. We'll have him proficient in strength saves. That's a 7. Con save is 7, 7, 7. Save these. Cool. And that should be everything I need for tonight. Thanks for watching, and thanks for sticking in with that chat. This is taking way longer than I thought, and I apologize for that. Let's hop into the game. I know it's a little late, but hopefully you can bear with me. And we can still get some great dungeon delving done here in our darkest dungeon today. I just really need to get that done. I have literally people coming over in like 2 hours, and I've been building up to that fight literally for 3 years, and I cannot under-deliver. Cool. So, pivoting gears, chat. For those of us that were here last week and remember, and for those of us that are like me and have a hard time remembering, we are in Darkest Dungeon playing in the Jank Drawer estate. And what that means is that we are trying to get to the end. And we're really, really close to the end, chat. We're so close to the end of Darkest Dungeon. We have gotten to the point now where we are getting level 6 heroes. Most of our parties are level 5. We have a couple of people that are still level 4. We have a very new recruit in Bigot, who is level 1. And we have started putting together a team that is going to be our first DD, like our Darkest Dungeon 1 team. But we do have still some things that we need to do to get ready for what we want to go. We are not necessarily ready to do any of our boss runs yet. I think the last time we were thinking we were going to start our foray into the courtyard to start exploring and finding where we need to find things in the Viscount dungeon so that we can do that, since we know it's going to take multiple runs, and we're just going to go in and do the run that we can right now, and then we'll come out and keep going back in, because we're now starting to hit a critical density of people that have the Crimson Curse. And most importantly, we still have one more boss that we need to beat after this, so we need to unlock the Crimson Courtyard's final boss so that we can do that as part of our all bosses, all DLC speedrun. Eventually, at some point, we also are going to need to go beat the Shrieker. I don't know exactly what our timeline is going to be on that, but it's also like looking at all of our rewards. The only good reward here is another Book of Sanity, which isn't bad, and it might be worth going to just do this. But other than that, everything else is kind of lame. So really the only thing that we would want to go get is just progress on the Viscount dungeon. But I think another Book of Sanity is good enough that it's worth trying to get that. Just because Book of Sanity is like all of the best trinkets that we have make it so that we get we take more stress, and Book of Sanity just usually is like, and now you take no extra stress. Okay, so do we have a team that can go do this right now, though? Is the real question. Let's go try and find... So Percy is getting rid of his stress. So the team that we would take is unwell. They are all losing their minds. So... And then Reynald is getting healed from some sort of... Oh, we're locking in some of his things there. So because of that, I don't know that we have a Ruins team that we can take into the Ruins. That I would be comfortable taking into the Ruins. We can try. Since the thing with our Ruins teams now is we need a Ruins team where every single person can hit every single position in the, like, every seat. So do we want something like this? Is this even possible, chat, do we think? Unfortunately, we'd also want to try and bring in Bigot, and Bigot is definitely going to get stressed out of his mind. But we bring him... We actually put him here, because I think Torment is faster. It depends on whose speed. He's speed 6, he's speed 5. So he would go first. And then we can bring Bosanquet. And Bosanquet is just going to be heal bot, keep everyone alive. Can hit every position, try and just, can hit most positions. And then we need this, we want him to have Virtue, Hero's Ring, and Book of Sanity. Just like, please take 0 chance of dying to stress. You can be Unholy Ring. Do I need to unequip all trinkets first and sort them? Yes, because Unholy Slayer Ring is already over here now. Okay, so Hero's Ring, Book of Sanity. Unholy Slayer's Ring, and then Legendary Bracer, since he's going to be our main damage. Ancestor's Scroll. Sacred Scroll. Ooh. Swap these. Ancestor's Lantern. We really want to get the other one of these. Until then... This, I think. This is a team that can maybe do it. And if we can't, we run away. Like, I am not above running away at this point in the game. Okay, so we're gonna try this, chat. We're gonna go into this ruin. We're gonna try and not die. Is the main question here? Can we please stay alive? If we don't, if at any point it looks like we are going to have everyone die, we just cut and run. We cut our losses. We get out of here. Is the plan. There's 17 food. We're gonna bring 15 torches. We're gonna bring 2 keys. We're gonna bring 3 shovels. And 4 holy water. Okay, we're gonna try this out. We are bringing a level 1 character into a level 5 dungeon, so that's already a bad idea. But we're gonna see if we can, not just immediately, since he's starting 50 stress already. But the hope is that he will go after him. Even though they both get +4 speed on the round, it's still going to be 10 and 9. Because we want him to reposition and then him to reposition. Ooh, love scouting. Okay, that's why we bring shovels. This is just a 90% of rooms, so we're just going and looking in rooms. We got loot. Take all the loot. Let's read the journal page. We don't need that journal page. Okay, so I think we want to do confession booth just to try and get rid of as much of this stress as possible, since we don't want him to die to a heart attack. There's plenty of other things that are probably going to be able to kill him in this dungeon, because it is a much higher level dungeon than he is supposed to be in, but... Ooh, I love the big scout. Okay, so... There's no point ever going all the way up here, so we aren't going to. So my plan is we'll go down and around and back up. And then we can hopefully scout these rooms. And if we can scout these rooms, we can then make the judgment call of, do we go left and down? Like left and go back in this way eventually? Or do we go up and left? Since we have to do all but 2 rooms. Okay, so we're scouting this one now. Okay, so far we can see there's only 2 room battles, which I don't hate, since I don't actually want to fight with this party at all. Who is the best trap disarm? You are, so you get to disarm these traps. Okay, so here's our first fight. This is going to be a real tell-all. Okay, so this is, at least as far as fights go, not the most difficult fight. There we go, 13. So that's the thing, is like, even with him being level 1, he's at least able to dodge enough and prevent enough damage that he's not gonna just die. And now we have just like an all riposte party. We want everyone to be attacked, because every time they get attacked, we get to attack back, and a Vestal to heal them all. Don't love that he crit to heal for as much damage as he dealt. Basically, 0 movement on that side. We're just gonna like have these two be a blender. Nice, got rid of them. Okay, so that's all the people that can heal themselves. Immediately below getting the Crimson Curse. Truly a cursed run. Don't like that he now goes next, but 6 damage is enough to get that person dead. Huge crit. We're gonna try and heal everyone. A lot of damage. There's we go. Nice! There we go. Okay, so now we've got all of our stuff. Honestly, for our first fight, that did not go bad. That went pretty well. We get some more loot. Take this. Let's read our journal page.
The wound is starting to fester. The flesh around it is gray, flaking and ridged, almost scale-like. As I write this, my breathing has taken on a hollow timbre, and it is more labored. My compatriots are laughing and tell me not to worry. It's just the salt mist in the air that pervades these caverns.
Oh, there. See, I knew about that trap. Still walked straight into it. Let's rest here. Get some people healed up. We need him to do bandit sense so we don't get ambushed. Gallows humor on him is honestly perfect. Let's do weapons practice for everybody. Stashed heirlooms, there we go. Okay, honestly, great. This is another really good start for us. Like, we know the fights that can come in this dungeon. These are the easiest fights that we could get out of these dungeons. And it's not close, and we are really happy to be getting them. We are literally being so blessed right now. That's gonna suck, but we can heal him. I think we're actually going to just do a guard. Because we need to heal our Vestal as well. Unfortunately, our Vestal went before him, so we couldn't heal all of them. But just so that we can stop him from taking some more damage, because he is the person with the least amount of health by a lot. That was a bad dodge. That was also bad dodge. There we go. So one more down. We need to heal everybody up. But now he's healed enough that, like, he can take another round of like, getting hit. Nice. There we go. Okay, heal everybody, please. There we go. Everyone's looking pretty good and healthy now. Heal everybody up. Got a couple people that are now incredibly stressed out, but honestly, doing fine. And then there's that. Do we want a Rampart Shield? I don't know if we already have a Rampart Shield. But we'll take this one. This can give protection. We'd like that. There we go. Since this is our guy we want with protection. Okay. Once again, we're getting incredibly lucky with our... We're getting really lucky with our encounter that we keep finding here. Because we just keep doing this. Nice big dodge. Honestly, we'll take those. Heal everyone up. Nice, there we go. Massive crit. And there's that. Done. Okay, once again, not the worst. Not the worst. Okay, so we've eliminated exactly one enemy. Nice, huge crit. Let's go, Bigot. We've taken him into a dungeon that is way outside of his pay grade, and he is being amazing. Don't get moved? Got moved. Well, it's okay. They can all shuffle themselves pretty well. Vigorous, let's go. Finally got it. We got so many bad procs last time. It's weird to realize that you can get good procs. Bigot just actually did crazy damage there. Nice. Let's heal up. Let's unshuffle. Honestly, let's try and get you the next buff. Now he has better dodge and better prot. Okay, we're gonna now scout to see if it's worth going up. It is. It's another treasure room. Okay. We got rid of the citrine, and maybe that was a bad call, but... we have a shovel to open this display cabinet. We don't need our shovel for anything else today. Because we've already scouted the entirety of the dungeon, and we know there's no more obstacles, so we can cast that in. Okay, so this is the first, like, actually dangerous fight that we've gotten. We just want to get our riposte up, and we want to heal you. That was a massive dodge. It was honestly impeccable timing on that dodge. Ooh, huge crit! Let's go, Bigot! And then... just heal him. He has so little health. Point blank shot I love. Honestly, massive damage on the retaliation as well. Huge crit. Huge crit, monsieur. We get 3 different ripostes on this. Immediately vanquished. Massive crit. Okay, he's got 4 health. Honestly, I honestly think we just heal everybody up so that everyone can be full health. We play it smart. We never know when we're gonna get... Since we have to do inevitably some amount of hallway fights... And honestly now, because of this, the only thing that I think we're going to do, because it avoids any hall room fights, is we just do this top circuit to this room, and this room, and we get out of here. And we get out fast. No one's died. We had one person get really stressed, and they virtue procced, which is awesome. And let's second booth, second massive stress heal. We love to see it. We'll continue adventuring. We'll go see... Oh, there you go. This is why we do it. There we go. Get the stress heal. Get out. There's nothing else to see here. That was it. Honestly, perfect first dungeon, chat. Perfect first dungeon. Nothing could have gone better than that. That was fantastic. From beginning to end. Got in, got out, got a whole bunch of good stuff. Bigot went all the way from level 1 to level 3. Monceau got a disease. He caught the Black Plague. So we do need to get that healed. He got, honestly, a really bad thing, and the Crimson Curse. And honestly, Warrior of Light over Hippocratic is huge. In fact, we might want to go lock some of those things in. Idle Gestures just leveled up. So Bertrand's now level 5. And Viewpoint's now level 5. Okay, so we want Bigot to lose Fading and lock in Faded. We want Torment to lock in Warrior of Light. And then Monsu, we want to just get rid of the Black Plague. We also now, I think, have enough to finish our blacksmith. We just have to trade in. So now blacksmith is completely upgradable. Stagecoach, we need 10 more and 9 more, and then we can get the best recruits. Okay, so let's go see what we're going to try and do this week, chat. So high likelihood that we go in and do this still, probably. We might go just do this, do the Winemaker's Reserve, since, like, who do we still have that's level 4? It's like we have this team that we want to take into an orange dungeon at some point, and we could take them into this one. Let's see what our other rewards are. Moonring, we don't care about. We don't need Eternity's Collar. We can't go in here. Martyr's Seal is good, but, like, hard to play around. Ancestor's Portrait, we really want that, though, actually. Ancestor's Portrait, we kind of have to go get. So we're going to go have to do this cove. Long cove, 90% of rooms to get an Ancestor's Portrait. Just because, so Ancestor's Portrait is just the best item to have in the game for bringing people up in Resolve. Because it just gives you 1.5 times XP. So, like, if we had had this, we could have had that on our, like, really low-level Highwayman last dungeon, and he would have gotten 18 XP instead of 12, and he would have gotten a little bit closer to level 3. It just helps us get people, since inevitably people are going to keep dying, and we need to replace them, and it helps us get our replacements up to the level they need to be faster. So, like, this is kind of a, we see it now for the first time ever, we kind of have to go get it. Ancestor's Pistol is also really good, though. But this is kind of just, like, the best thing. So let's build a Cove team. Honestly, we aren't that far off with this team of a team that we could take in. We're just gonna maybe adjust. Actually, though, since we do want to get those, and we can go into orange dungeons with them, we can't go to orange dungeons otherwise. Let's build a non-orange team. Valoy. Let's go find Ballard is a good grave robber, and let's find one of our Hellions. Where are our Hellions? Chat. There's Tornville. Our Hellions are next to each other. Let's bring this one. We want you to have Yop, not Adrenaline. So Yop, we need you to have Battlefield Medicine and Blinding Gas. Weird reconstruction. Try this. Okay, so Legendary Bracer. Brawler's Glove? Eldritch Slayer's Ring. We're gonna be honestly, No. Let's bring your heals. Let's be responsible. We'll bring a little bit of damage, and we'll mainly bring heals. You can just bring your good, great stuff. Sharpened, and where's your Raider's Outline? There it is. Dipping pretty low, so we might have to spend some time getting some money pretty soon, but I think it's definitely worth it. Okay, so we're getting really low on health. On money, I mean. So we're gonna have to prioritize doing a money run at some point. That might be our last run today, especially if we can get... What's our stress looking like on people? Thibault, Levette, and Cavalier would be in that run. We'd want them to be a little bit less stressed, but they're working on it. But let's go do this. So, Long Cove, you say. We want a whole bunch of food. Unfortunately, they're not giving us a ton, so we have to actually spend money on it. $22 food, 18 torches, 4 keys, 4 shovels, a single holy water, 2 herbs, 5 bandages. Okay, so money is our kind of highest priority here. Money and just getting out of this dungeon alive. Can we get stun? There we go. Good damage. Oh, we forgot to bring blood, so honestly, we kind of hope that we get blood out of this. That would be kind of huge. I will feast on your heart is a very wild thing to say from you, but 13, nice crit. Noxious blast. Thirteen's a good. Very nice. Tornville does crazy damage. We put damage items on them. They're fully upgraded. Heal the blade. Can we get a blight? There we go. Good heal. Ooh, bad crit. Bad crit. And a bleed? How dare. Okay, so now we just need to heal this bleed, heal this character. Heal you. Can you please go next? Heal here. Not a great heal, to be honest. Okay, so there's Craving, but we have a blood, so when he eventually gets to wasting, we can deal with that. Nice, big scout, big scout. We kind of only really want these and gold, but we don't have a ton of space is what we're noticing here. So we're gonna try and get to this hub and then rest there. Just kill that because you have a thing that ignores prot. All that's left is this guy. We'd love to get bigger heals. Are you like, do you have something that makes it so that weird reconstruction is worse on you, Balioi? Yes, he specifically does. There we go. That explains a lot. Aesthetic heals really poorly on him because he can't be healed by weird reconstruction well. Does more damage if he is blighted. Come on, Tornville. Heal his own bleed. See, that's what we're expecting from Weird Construction. It's just like, they hit him for 18, we healed him for 15. For 18. There we go. Got it. Because we're just going to rest around the fact of when we would have to have food checks, and we are guaranteed not having a food check before then. We got Evasive instead of Eldritch Slayer, which, I mean, I'll take +5 dodge. Eldritch Slayer was very good, specifically in this dungeon. 130% trap disarm. Guaranteed. Oh, we're not going to take a Shambler fight. This is a team that could take a Shambler fight. Of teams that exist that could take Shambler fights, this is one of them. But we are not taking a Shambler fight. Wow, crazy bad luck on those dodges. Getting a lot of blight on things is good. Bad roll. Need to get some more heals going on him. On her, I mean. We'll heal the bleed, though. Don't have to deal with the bleed. We always have to deal with the horror. Massive crit. Honestly, game-changing crit. That's the most reliable damage source in this comp. Like, in this enemy composition. And not having to deal with it is really good. Now we just have to deal with this Octacesis, which gives us time to heal everybody up. There we go, huge crit. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna pick this up. We're gonna pick up portraits over deeds. Honestly, we'll pick up the deeds too. We'll just camp here. We don't need that. We'll rest. We'll Unspeakable Commune first. We'll then Dark Strength. Let's Revel, get some stress off of everyone. Encourage. We're just trying to get stress off of the Hellion. Eldritch Altar, we want to do this. I think that she is the person that we want to Eldritch Altar. No, it's Balioy. It's gotta be Balioy. Oh, honestly, huge roll. Getting rid of Ascetic is honestly massive. It means that we can actually heal with our occultist now. That is actually massive. Okay. Let's do Plague Grenade. Okay, we've gotten it all the way down to the giant immediately. Unfortunately, Tornville can only weakening, do that. But we'll do minus 20 damage, minus 20 prot. Seems good to me. Massive crit. Let's go, Ballard. Oh, huge dodge! Ballard is popping off! Noxious Blast. Noxious Blast. 13 points per round for the next 3 rounds. Honestly, huge crit. Can't dodge. Okay, Insatiable Ghoul. It's gonna die to its thing. Let's heal your one. 39 is an insane heal for a person that was missing exactly 1 health. But we'll take it. We want gold. Scouting. Fight into second fight does kind of suck. This is a bad fight. I hate this fight. Can we stun the back too? Yep. There we go. That's the big damage we're looking for from Tornville. Tornville, let's go, baby. One off. Way to go, Ballard. Huge dodge. Can we please get... Yep, okay, so he's dead to his blight. Perfect. So, see, why couldn't we get that roll last time? Nice dodge, and then you can heal that all the way back up. Prioritizing money. Since we went so low on money, we just have to prio money over anything else. Getting rid of that is good. Make it so it does less damage. That's why we brought Weakening Curse. One-shot this guy since we don't want him to blow up on us. Oh, wasted the heal. We'll take it. Nice dodge. Let's go. Just waiting for wasting to happen, and then we can use this blood. Unfortunately, we don't get to get the heal off because we go first. Okay. Take this. Okay. Crazy way that this is all working out. Okay. Heirlooms? Do we get contracts? I'll take some more contracts. There we go. Okay, we freed up the spot. We are out of blood again for this, so he can't get any more blood. Oh, we have another new enemy, this Squiffy Gas. I don't know what he does, but let's try and kill him immediately. We'll try and get the stun off. There we go. Iron Swan. We do eventually need to heal this, but we really want to just kill all of these back to as fast as possible. Horrible dodge. Nice dodge. Oh, he brings himself forward. I actually really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's heal this. Nice, big dodge. There it is. The Squiffy Ghast, which I don't know what he does or anything about him, just that it's a new enemy and new enemies have historically been really bad for us, has died. How much damage can we do with a Pelagic Champion? You know, I'll take that. That's pretty good damage. Get some good damage in. Okay. Didn't resist the move, but we're kind of fine with that. They can kind of do whatever we need them to do from anywhere. Bad dodge. Plus 40% stress for the next 2 rounds. All that it really tracks is that Balioi is not great where he's at. Massive crit. Let's go Tornville. Not good. There we go. Okay, we got out. We're gonna rest here. Let's do another rest. There we go. Okay. So now we have no more rests, we just have to clear out the dungeon. Ooh, we scouted and we found... so now we have to come back this way to get this secret door. Okay, so we've now scouted the entire dungeon. We don't go any further up this way, I think. Well, how many? So we have to do 90% of rooms. How many rooms are there? 3, 8, 9, 12, 15, 19. So to do 90% of rooms, we have to do 18 rooms. Or 17 rooms. It's like, well, I still have that calculator pulled up. 90% of 19. $17 of the rooms, so we just have to do all of them but 2. It becomes 20 if we do that. So like, we have to do this room, we have to do all of these rooms. Because it's gonna come down to do we have enough food to do this? Sorry, I just got a work email. It was them trying to see if my address that I put for my job is actually my address, which it is, so I'm glad they're, you know, sending everything to the right address, but... Okay, Call of the Deep buff is preferable instead of Sea Breeze heal because we did all that so that we could be able to kill that grouper first. Nice, way to go. Get some blight going. Nice dodge. Perfect.
We fought in the East Gallery, filled with portraits of our ancient lineage, uncaring witnesses to the slaughter. Al-Hazred, the fiery heartbeat of our retinue, wrought keen havoc in our enemy's ranks. I keenly feel his absence, even as I remember voiding myself upon seeing his lifeless body fall. Blood pouring from his screaming mouth, some cruel knife having rent his lungs to gore. Yet we were victorious, and thus we press on.
Yeah, we are gonna have some issues with hunger. Can we get more? Okay, disarm. So, unfortunately, we get another one of the worst fights. Honestly, not that bad. Definitely worse. Jeez, bad heal. Real low roll on that crit. We still actually have a stun chance, even with them at 100% stun resist, and if we do, we're going to take it. Because, like, I actually really need the turn to just try and... There you go. Get that heal. Get that heal specifically. And then we can do this. There we go. Some good blight in. Oh, massive crit. Massive dodge Balioi. Let's go. And then artillery. There we go. Crit everything. That's all that matters. That's more already than the gold would be. Ship's figurehead. What does ship's figurehead do, chat? It can stress heal or it can damage buff. Well, both of those things look great on you. We'll take that. 30 stress heal. Good disarm. So this is something that could give us food, and unfortunately we got rid of all the things that would help it give us food, which is bad since we really need food. It still has a chance to do it. Ooh. That's crazy. Honestly, deeds for the tapestry. Would have loved food of any kind off of that. Can we please dodge? Nope. Okay, Ballard. There we go. Nice dodge. Let's go, Ballard. Can we please get the accuracy drop? There we go. Nice, 15. Huge heal. Can we please get another dodge? That's all I ask. Great fight. Gets Eagle Eye. It replaces Meditator. Honestly, Meditator is pretty good for us to replace. Eagle Eye is also really good, just plus 5% crit on all range skills. We are out of food though, so any food check is going to be bad going forward. We're going to start taking stress and damage. We're so close to being out of this dungeon too. Ooh, and now we get our new enemy, Uka Savages. Nice, big miss. That was the thing that got bleed. Massive crit. Okay, fine. Nice, massive dodge. Luckily, he will go first so we can heal this bleed, because this is a really bad bleed. The arterial pinch is like a bleed 8 or something. Like, it's crazy. Get the debuff going. Okay, so this... There you go, 7. There we go. Okay, we figured that fight out. We just really need to get super lucky on hunger checks, chat. Empty sack, don't love that. We need to start working on healing everybody. So we are going to start getting into the point where everything's going to be just bad. Ooh, a map inside. That's not what we wanted. Okay, if there's any fight that we're going to take in shadowy darkness, it's going to be this one, and I'm totally okay with that. Huge crit. Nice, big dodge. Okay, we can heal the bleed. Tornville, I think, can do anything from anywhere, so I think we're fine with him being pulled. There we go. We've killed that guy. We really want both of these people to go before Tornville. There we go. Heal the bleed. Heal Tornville. Massive 27 heal. There we go. Okay, we are almost out the other side, scot-free, chat. Let's just get out. We don't have food. Food's gonna go bad. We got a lot of treasure. We made 40,000-ish off of this. We got a whole bunch of good stuff. Most importantly, everyone got 6, and Valioi has become a risk taker and a natural. So more damage, worse dodge, which we don't really want him to do any damage, so. Okay, so Cornville and Valioi. He's only gonna go to the brothel. Fair. We, I think, have this? No? We are 1 away. We can get that, though. Okay, so now we can get up to level 3 recruits here, which will be nice. So I think that's going to be it for us today, chat. Like I said, I have people coming over at 6:30, so I'm not going to be super available. Let's see what else we have to do, though. So we did actually make some progress. This was much more of a work-along, and we might have more streams like that in the future. It's something that I wanted to trial, although I think that we were in the wrong category for it. The most important thing is we got the portrait, which the portrait is very, very good. Sharpening Sheath is something we also really want to get. So this might be a candidate for the next dungeon. Protective Collar, I think we're good. We don't need Dark Tambourine. Ancestor's Pen. Ancestor's Pen is also incredible, it looks like. So we've got a couple of important things here. We've got the Sharpening Sheath, which is one of the best highwaymen, and we've got Ancestor's Pen. Those are both really good items to start working on. And once again, we will still need to eventually go into the courtyard. The sooner we do that, the better. We haven't been doing it. We really should get on that. But big things. We got Bigot all the way up to 3 from 1. We have started recouping that. We're in the position where, honestly, we might go do this Ancestor's Pen just because we need to do a money run anyways, and we have our money run team back. We have Percy, we have Bosanket, we have Thibaut, we have Lovett. Like, everyone's ready to go and good to go into the ruins. Can lock that down. Go get this pen. Go get back over 100,000. Where we generally want to be. We're also starting to get a lot more of the ancestor arguments, which ancestor trinkets, which are really good. We started with just the scroll, which is honestly the best first one to get. Lantern has been great. Portrait is a huge pickup. Signet Ring has been good. Second Book of Sanity is also really nice. Where it comes down is, like, I don't know that we ever need 3 Focus Rings or Heroes Rings, but also they don't sell for a ton. It's like, essentially we sell one of the... Oh, but we don't need this, so we can sell this. Sell a camouflage coat. It's just like, sell these things. It's like we're trying to recoup as much of our lost gold as we have, because, like, at this point everything we're trying to do is expensive. But we do need still, we have 2 more sanitarium improvements we can do. We've got like every tavern improvement we can do, which we should probably work on. We only have a couple more here. We have finished the guild entirely. Yeah, and we finished the smith entirely. Do we have all of the nomad wagon? We could do more nomad wagon. All it does is just increase the amount of trinkets, but we already have all the trinkets we need. Stagecoach, we just have the one to increase Stagecoach network, so we can get 6, and I think this makes it all the way up to 8 heroes that we can have. And then Survivalist, I don't think we've touched at all. We have once, so we can just reduce the cost. But we've also just been really good at... We have not, Golfing Prohibited, upgraded our graveyard. Our graveyard is unfortunately still full of like a million highwaymen. We've been very lucky so far in our deaths, in that we were pretty good at not doing... Week 37 was a bad one. We had a lot of people die on week 37. Dismas has died twice. It is a bad time to be a highwayman golfing prohibited. 100%. We are not the estate for highwaymen to stay alive. Dismas has literally died twice. Dismas was our first death. He died in like week 14. And then we got the town event where we got to reincarnate any one hero. And we reincarnated Dismas and took him back into the dungeon, and he immediately got one shot and killed again. We're on our second shield breaker. I think this is our third Colombier that has died. First occultist, but third character named Colombier. But yeah, no, it's... Our graveyard is not as stacked as we'd think it could be. The thing is we have realized that there has been a very big difficulty spike now that we have gotten into champion dungeons. And so we're just being incredibly cautious. So like today, we have been streaming. To be fair, we didn't play the game until like the past hour of the stream, but we've been streaming all day, and we did like 2 dungeons, because now we're just taking everything and being like, okay, we'll bring a mix of level 6s and level 5s into every dungeon to make sure that we don't die and be as safe as we can. But like, we still have highwaymen. We took Bigot in today to the dungeon. He was a level 1, and we took him into a champion dungeon, and he lived. Other than getting Crimson Curse, he honestly had a great time. He ended with some amount of stress, but no more than we expected him to, and it worked out. But I gotta get going, chat. Thanks everyone who stopped in. Thanks for everyone who's got it. Golfing Prohibited, if you're still here, thank you for coming in. We'd love to have you again. We stream this every Thursday. You're more than welcome to come in whenever you would like. We stream every day from 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, usually until 6. Tomorrow on Fridays, we usually go a little bit longer to 8. And thanks for the follow, Golfing Prohibited. That means a lot. You joined us right at the end of our stream. I have house guests coming over in 30 minutes for a D&D game, which is what we spent the majority of the stream today prepping for, was building out monsters and doing things like that. We like to talk about stories, we like to talk about games, and we like to play a lot of things there. But I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. It has been a pleasure entertaining you all. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay classy, chat. Tomorrow we're going to be back with Football Fridays. It's been a wild week for football results. I can't wait to talk to you all about it. And then hopefully we can figure out the financial quagmire that is Pro Vercelli right now on our save. It's going to be a real one. And I'll see you all then. Bye.